Rid of the poke that could have been utilized. Dragonvale's now back up into the fight, and they're going to have the hoops unbound, trying to force out the fight. Another Night Slash getting damage on Umbreon, but that's not the turkey you want. You want Blaziken. Blaziken still alive. Finally finding him with a knockout. Switzerland out of nowhere. Night Slash again. Ripping apart Germany. Ghatlue chasing him away. Now they get the surf onto Red Giant. Low health bars on their side. It's going to be the Revenant End to secure it. Diving into the back line yet again. This Arul is still alive. Trying to knock him out. Finally are able to take him out. The tree is too late to help anyone else. Snow-Oh, maybe it's going to clean this up. Razor Leaf thrown out. Same with the Phantom Force. The damage in from Switzerland. Emerald 2-Step does a lot of damage, but that Thunderstorm does way more. And then the trample into the back line, making sure they rip him up hard. That Leafeon did nothing. It knocks out as Machamp, the last one. Trying to go for a huge barrage. What a punch there from Ghatlue. Almost taking them all down. 1v4. The monster, the man, the myth, the legend. He knocks them all out. Looking for who else remains. The forest is gone. Chops down. But look at the Night Slash. No snow. Just cleaning up the fight and allowing Switzerland to win. Have that last Reggie is going to be big. The flank onto the other side, on it's a Dragonvale. The tree has been chopped down. Revenant Rend on to 99. Almost taking out 89. That's going to be the Phantom Force doing the job for them. Fight will commence. Dragonvale is going to be the target that they jump on with the Horn Leech getting a lot of damage. And here's the Phantom Force. That's a burst of damage. Even with the knockup, everyone's gone. Switzerland find a beautiful fight. Only having to realize on the other side. No Revenant Rend. Now finally back up. You gotta go for the hero play. Gotta find something. Revenant Rend almost takes him down, but falls. And down to 50%. Someone's gotta get it. There goes Pikachu. Dog goes in, but he's out as well. Only one remains. It's Eldegoss trying to save the day, but Switzerland have won Rayquaza. Switzerland, they upset France earlier today, and here, best of 5. They had everything going for them. No longer are they the penultimate team. No longer are they the bridesmaid. Today is their crowning achievement. They will be your Unity European 2024 champions.
Welcome in, trainers. Good evening, Europe. I hope you're all good for some more Unity European Cup, as we just witnessed the highlight of Switzerland taking it last year, but the winner still has to be decided for this year. I'm Spartan Tano, and I'm joined by the incredible Bridget. How are you doing today?
I'm so good. It's just barely not morning for me. So when you said good evening, I was like, whoa, this is starting my day. But what a great way to start my day. I'm so excited.
Today is an absolute belter of a day, chat. We have the biggest games in the Unity European Cup. We have all 3 previous winners fighting it out today against some very strong teams. As you can see down below, we already have France and Portugal lining up. And I gotta say, Bridget, France are looking extremely strong this year.
Yeah, I was just kind of getting caught up on all of the group stages, and today we are going to be going through our quarterfinals games, which are single elim. So everything is on the line for these teams today to continue on in this cup.
Yeah, I mean, everyone that is in these quarterfinals, they have earned their place to be here, and it has been intense for every single one of these teams, chat. So anyone really could take this away, but as I say, there is a certain few teams that are playing at the top of their ability. France being one of them, absolutely. We also have Spain competing today against the first ever winners, Italy, and Spain have been very, very exciting this year. So all of these games are going to be the biggest and best of Unity European Cup so far, and I cannot wait to kick it off and see where we end up as we get prepared for this next one. But Bridget, it's nice to see you on the bank with me here today. Tell us a little bit about your Pokemon journey.
Well, I started off as just a fan. I even dipped my toe into competitive play back in the day, just mostly for fun, but it gave me a lot of really cool experience into everything that goes into competing, because it is a lot of work, a lot of coordination, especially with your teammates. That doesn't happen overnight. So big shout out to these teams who have been able to establish that synergy and even play with each other consistently over the years. It really does make a huge difference, but that's what started my love of the competitive side of things. And then as I've shifted more to an analysis role, I co-host the Overdunk podcast with the homie Zoinks. Doob Snacks makes an appearance every once in a while. He's a busy guy. We ask him every week. Every week he's like, nah, but someday he's gonna say yes again, and that day will be great. But I love them both very much, and yeah, just have a big love for competitive Unite, especially the statistics, the analyst side. And over the past, I guess it's been about a year, I've been dipping my toe in the casting side of things. I'm pretty casual. Connor's the professional. I'm here to help.
But still a lot of fun. And hey, if you do need Doobs on it, just tell him you're going to talk about One Piece, and I'm sure, you know,
he would probably show up
100%. Anyway, let's get ready to get into this game. I cannot wait to get through these games today. They're going to be so hyped. Let's kick it on off. Next up is production gets that ready to roll, and let's see about these two teams. We have France taking on Portugal here in the first quarter final, and as you've already mentioned, Bridget, this is a single elimination tournament. So whoever loses this best of 3 will be out for the rest of the cup.
Yes, all the stakes are on the line here today for these teams, starting off with this France roster, which I try to be in tune with all of the regions in Unite, but one of the main things I knew about Europe was there's a lot of French guys who are really good, so probably a lot of familiar names for you all out there in Qatar, Nachos, Greg, Cranny, and Rezu making up this French roster for us. And yeah, a lot of notable players here, even for me, who is all the way across the pond.
Yeah, I mean, that says a lot about how strong France really are, but Portugal are hoping to be the ones that take them down today. We've got Dark, we've got Fast, there's Seko, Ghatlue, and Bagalho here as well for Portugal as they look to try and take down the previous champions that has probably one of, if not the biggest player for European Pokemon Unite in the name of Nachos, with some devastating speedsters that they can bring out into the game, Bridget.
Yeah, he has made quite a showing for himself as, I would say a new-ish player, I guess. Maybe younger player, I should say. But we're going to get right into the draft of these two teams. It's looking like a Garchomp ban, which feels pretty targeted to me, along with that Greninja. Hoopa maybe less of a target, more of a general nuisance.
Yeah, so good with its maneuverability. That Greninja ban is so important because France not only has Traffy, who is extremely comfortable on Greninja and Cinderace, Mephil has a filthy Greninja upon them as well. So you get kind of two people that you can target with that one ban. Trevenant rounds it out for France here with Blissey coming in for Portugal as well. Let's see what the final ban is going to be. This will be an interesting one, Bridget. I'm expecting an all-rounder as they usually get banned out quite a bit. Of course, Suicune, you gotta take that Pokemon out.
Yeah, kind of a pseudo all-rounder, more of a tank support, but still sporting that purple background, and France is going to use their first pick slot to pick up that Darkrai, which has definitely become a ladder demon, but has been a bit more niche in competitive from what I've seen.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's very strong in your kind of like, solo duo trios, but here in coordinated 5-stack, usually used more in a supporter setting because you just go with the stuns and get that EXP share on it. But right now, Mifil looks like they're going quite damage heavy. On the side of Portugal, they're going to pull out the Miraidon for the range. We've seen this contested as the #1 ranged attacker so far, with Snorlax ranging it out for Portugal as well.
Yeah, Snorlax, a super strong pick, but I'm pretty excited about this support tank combo from France. Eldegoss just getting some buffs in the most recent patch, and Crustle has kind of been on a tear ever since Peru was able to show its strength at Worlds, and man, I feel like Crustle had a great day yesterday in the Spriggles Cup as well. I know the name was longer, I'm not going to say the whole name.
100%. I'm exactly with you. It was exciting to see the entirety of Crystal played along that tournament. France are going to pull out Buzzwole here as well. This is a nasty comp that they're putting together, especially with that Eldegoss that people consider to be the strongest supporter once Hooper and Blissey are banned out. Traffy is going to reign it out here with a Venusaur, Bridget. Looks like that could be a Beamersaur, but you just never know with Venusaur right now.
Yeah, it definitely can sport both those builds, but I don't see the root and I don't see the full heal, so I'm thinking we're going to get that poke damage coming from the solar beams. On the side of Portugal, I really like this Miraidon pick. I think it's super strong and it can definitely contest the range on that Venusaur. I think the Alcremie is actually pretty interesting. It feels like a middle of the road kind of support. Shockingly, no Clefable picked up here, which I feel like kind of does Alcremie's job maybe a bit better, but those dollops can heal for quite a bit of damage, so I'm excited to see how they utilize it. I'm thinking it's heal build, but I guess we could see some decorating.
Yeah, we definitely could. I do like the way both of these comps are built up, though. I think this is going to shake out to be a really interesting game. You have the double ranged attack on both sides that kind of match each other. Usually with ranged attackers, you have one that doesn't quite have the range as the other, but I think Beamersaur and Charge Beam very much has that, Bridget. And then you've got the all-rounders. I mean, a little bit more over on the side of Portugal. I think the interesting thing is going to be how Mifil plays this Darkrai and what advantage that can give France.
Yeah, it can definitely be pretty annoying. I believe it's Dark Pulse, which is the big circle move where the iframes on that are just pretty tilting. We also saw Toonslim break out the Darkrai yesterday in some of the games that were on stream, so maybe this was a European classic. So I'm excited to see what these teams are able to bring to the table today.
Oh, they're taking it to the central area as well for France. That's going to give them a huge power cap going on into the lane. It's going to be the Blaziken doing the same for Portugal. Greg is going to grab this red aura here as well, Bridget. That's going to give Glossifer a lot of pressure for that top lane.
Yeah, Eldegoss already gets a slow from its basic boosted auto attack, so giving it that red buff, just making you go even slower, can be very devastating and catch the other team off guard quite a bit. So as a support player, I love taking the red buff on Eldegoss. It is so powerful and can really catch the other team off guard.
And there's a little sneak peek at some good settings if you want to see them, chat. We'll reduce the camera sensitivity as we look to cause some damage here in the bottom lane for Portugal. Seko's getting so weak, a eject button is used. Weddle, Qatar looking to find them, but that citrus berry will get them to a healthy status as Miraidon gets back to the pad.
Wow, really great stuff on the side of this Portugal bot lane. Seko getting out on a sliver of HP. Call that luck, call that good game mechanics and knowing how much your character can take, but they do get away with it, which is huge, not giving up those KOs early on in this game and stopping that snowball from occurring too fast or too early on.
This is a concern, though. Kranix is so close to getting that level 5 on Buzzwole, and that is when the spike comes in. They do have level 5 on Lucario, but it's that super power that is so strong, or even Leech Life if they want to go for that, and that, there you go. They've hit it. Eldegoss has now got their Evo as well. We have the Regidrago about to come on in now, Bridget, and I feel like France has a little bit stronger power spike because of that Buzzwole.
Yeah, I mean, and Buzzwole is even a menace in this early game. As you can see, all of that HP is almost gone off the Lucario with that early game move, but Darkrai actually picking up a KO in this central area on Portugal's central area Pokemon as they are scuffling over this Regidrago, which France has taken full control over, getting more KOs, and they are kind of feeling their oats in this early game.
That they are, Mephil. Oh my days, level 8 on the Darkrai. Damaged Darkrai is the answer. How has this Pokemon been buffed like this? They do get caught out though a little bit as Blaziken tries to find them, but the wall's going to stop the overheat kick. They didn't have the eject button to rain on through. So France come out of that one feeling rosy with a mighty Venusaur now on the field.
Yeah, and Buzzwole is just wreaking havoc on this Lucario in the top path, has a bit of a level lead, is absolutely controlling the center part of that top lane. Meanwhile, the Regieleki has spawned in on the bottom side of the path, and it looks like they're going to be... both teams are going to be trying to go for it. France controlling the pit of this Regieleki. It's on 1 HP. Portugal tries to go for that secure, but it's going to be the Venusaur getting it for their team as the Alecki marches toward this tier 1 goal zone.
And Unite move ready on the side of Mephil. This top lane is so interesting, Bridget, because originally it was Lucario that managed to get that level 5 first, and now Buzzwole has just completely out-leveled them. That is just not what you want to see if you are Portugal as they continue to get pushed on this T1 pad. Blaziken, though, looking for some damage, manages to find Mephil. The revenge is going to come through, though, from Greg as France continue to show some attention onto the T1 pad. Looks like they're going to go on the retreat now because they do have a massive Snorlax in the way. But Buzzwole shows up. They're not going to want to miss this fight. There's the Ultra Swole Slam. Doesn't connect, but they're just going to use the Snorlax to find the KO anyway. That's a triple. They're looking for the Quadra here. And Snorlax puts in an absolute shift to defend this pad, but it isn't enough.
Wow, I really thought Portugal was doing a great job on defense until Granny made an appearance on that Buzzwole. Huge levels on the side of France with Buzz and Darkrai level 10 already. And we're not even at this 5-minute mark. France just putting on a dominant performance. They are able to break that bottom tier 1 goal zone, but the tier 1 is still up on this top side, and it's looking like they do not want it to be there for much longer.
No, they definitely want a little bit of space up here so they can grab those Regis. Miraidon rotates up, though, and that's a lot of pressure that is going to come your way. So you've got to get yourself a little bit of space as the rip comes through on the Regis. Still Darkrai, though, trying to see if they can break in. Huge block is going to come on out, and despite the Fluffy Cream Supreme being there, Eldegoss is the one that finds the objective, and now they just hunt down the rest of Portugal with the pressure, Verdant Anger to buy the space as well. That is going to be that pad broken with a 32 overcap.
Yeah, Darkrai getting in its 40 cap, showing off its cute little legs when it does its dunk animation. It's probably my favorite part about Darkrai. It is so cute, but as you can see, it is also an evil ghost monster, picking up so many KOs with the help of Buzzwole. They are not satisfied with that dunk in the top path. They're going for this tier 2, despite the jump pad being up. They sneak in some goals, but ultimately know that they need to be backing off here a little bit.
Good effort here from Lucario as they get a 40 dunk in, but the score lead is becoming insurmountable here as France have really extended it with the constant capping they've been doing. Looking for stacks, in fact, is Lucario, but Kranix is here yet again. They have to retreat now. Portugal are struggling in this game, Bridget, and the pressure just does not let up from France.
Yeah, they have gotten, I believe, every objective on this map so far, with the second Alecki walking toward that tier 2 goal zone on the side of Portugal. France actually allocating a lot of their resources to make this push happen, but Portugal already has the Alecki so low on HP. Miraidon trying to get that Darkrai off the map, but it's going to be the Venusaur flank picking up 2 KOs for France, and they already have the Alecki in the goal zone, but haven't even really looked at it yet. Okay, now we're going to look at the goal.
Oh, poor Blaziken getting completely thrown about with the Buzzwole here as well. Buzzwole has been so important for France here, Bridget. As soon as they got that power spike in the top lane, it just meant that they could do whatever they wanted. They take the team fights to France and just rely on Buzzwole rotating into that flank and cleaning up the rest of Portugal.
Yeah, Buzzwole is one of those Pokemon that just loves to get a level advantage, as most Bruiser all-arounders do, but Buzzwole can just be really unstoppable once it gets that advantage, and we have seen that in full effect in this matchup. Portugal just doesn't really have anyone who's either able to walk up to it to fight its power or enough poke damage to hit it from afar. Miraidon has been trying its best, but when you have 3 level 13s on the side of France going into this Groudon fight, it just makes it such an uphill battle. You almost need to catch them out making a mistake or finding someone alone just to be able to get that advantage going for Portugal.
100%. It's all about this next team fight. Mifil's going to look to see if they can find the damage onto Dark here. If they take that Blaziken, or they do have to go back to their pad, but they are isolated from the team fight, looking to see if they can pull them in while damage gets dropped onto the Groudon. But Portugal have not fallen for it yet as Blaziken comes back into the fight. They know where Darkrai is. They have to use this advantage that they currently have. Huge Beam is going to come on through. Verdant Anger getting prepared. Got to get out of that choke point because it will catch you out as the walls come through. Fluffy Cream Supreme has to be used because of that, and there's the Verdant Anger with a huge beam connecting as well. Blaziken is gone. Bright Future Meteor Storm raining on down, trying to find a pick, doesn't find it. Aura is going to come through, but they do find Lucario, and France are taking Portugal one by one. It's left to Snorlax and Alchemy, but they have a mission to break through this line.
Wow, that play from France, the Crystal Wall, comboed with that Venusaur Unite move beams, one of the biggest burst damage maneuvers in the game. Traffy just doing an incredible job piloting that big green frog. France securing up the Groudon as well, trying to get more dunks in. They will have to fight a bit for it since these Groudon shields are not an insta-dunk, but fighting off the other team with these levels, with the coordination that France has displayed this entire game, they are just making this lead even steeper.
It's a very strong showing, and France don't even have nachos on this team so far. They're currently using their subs, so, you know, they can be even stronger. That was a very impressive showing, and Portugal tried their best to really limit a little bit the players over on the side of France. You know, Traffy, very good on that Greninja. Same with Mifil, but look here. They throw out the Venusaur and the Darkrai, and they still prove to be too much for Portugal to handle as we're about to end this one out with them looking for even more points.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got it. I think they've proven their point here. France with, honestly, an amazing team composition, and it really felt pretty steady, not too snowbally at first, but once Cranny got online with that Buzzwole, it was just kind of no stopping him. There was just not a lot Portugal could do to counteract not only that level lead, but also that coordination on the side of France. They didn't make many mistakes, if any at all, for Portugal to even find and capitalize on. So really great stuff from the entire team. Cranny, not surprising, with that KO lead of 10 and 9 assists, but Crystal's 17 assists was definitely making some clutch moves. Those walls, man, can just be devastating.
Absolutely. They completely change a fight when you think you're going to escape and you can. If you get picked in that team fight like at Groudon, they were trying to get out of that choke point, Bridget. They recognize that Traffy has the Verdant Anger. You cannot group up in that moment because it's just Verdant Anger central there. So they tried to get out of it, and Crustle stops you, and you're like, oh no, we now have to accept our fate. And that's why we pull out the Alchemy Unite move, because otherwise your whole team is just going to get wiped from that.
Yeah, and that Alchemy was actually running Decorate Gleam, which I do see the value in. I just feel like maybe we could have gotten more help from a different kind of support, but here we are going into some of these highlights where Portugal really wasn't doing a horrible job on this defense of this first Alecki, but all that changes once Buzzwell decides to join in on this party and just kind of make sure his team stays in the lead that they so desperately want, obviously getting some clutch assists from the Eldegoss and the Vito.
It's like every time France are already doing well in these team fights, but every time Canix just joins the fight, it's like, this is my map. You'll do what I say and go back to the Pokemon Center. You just could not stop them as they find every KO they're looking for. It was close to being able to get a good pick down here, but Darkrai uses that worst nightmare to protect themselves, and then it was just, again, Buzzwole doing Buzzwole things.
Yeah, and here it was that big Crustle catch. I mean, Portugal may have been able to pivot and maneuver out of that tight choke point entering into the central area, but when you got a wall up, you are definitely stuck, and Venusaur Traffy took advantage of that by putting all he had on that area.
So this is France looking to be a very dominant team here. I mean, we could say that was a close one, but it definitely wasn't. I feel like Portugal are going to have to adjust things a little bit here. And I don't know how you do that coming up against a team that is this strong, Bridget. They are previous champions, and they also have some of the strongest subs in this region. It is a mountain to climb to take on a team like this.
Definitely. I feel like there are some things Portugal can do to pivot. Obviously, that Buzzwole, finding a counter to it is a little difficult. I feel like the Fable may have been a good support choice to at least kind of make the Buzzwole have a bit worse of a time. Obviously, Blissey Safeguard is incredibly strong into the Buzzwole, but you need to put a high priority on the Blissey, and even then, the other team could still ban it out. With the 3 bans on each side, it does eliminate quite a lot, and there we go. No Blissey, so never mind me.
They're going to stick with the ban on Greninja as well here. I mean, it makes perfect sense because every time France has access to that Greninja, they cook on it. Darkrai is going to be banned out by France here. This is interesting. It's almost as if they're trying to bait a first pick that they want Portugal to take. Galarian Rapidash is going to be the second ban here, as it looks like Portugal's going to leave the Suicune for France to ban.
Yeah, it is advantageous in the second pick position because the less broken mons, quote unquote, you use in the ban phase means that Portugal can only pick one of them, and then France can pick 2 of them. So that might be why we're seeing some of these more like less conventional bans on the side of France, although Suicune is always a good bet just to not have to deal with, and if it's not your preferred Pokemon in your respective team comp, you might as well ban it out there. Portugal actually opting to steal away that Eldegoss in their first slot pick.
Continuing to be the must-pick supporter once Blissey and Hooper are banned. Let's see how France respond in kind, because so much Blastoise action has been coming through here in the EU region recently, and they're using it as a bruiser in that top lane as well, as Mifil looks to pick up another Pokemon that they're very comfortable with, at least on this team. It's the Mew coming out to play.
Yeah, Mew has never really been a bad pick, honestly, as long as the player knows how to operate it, which I feel like this French team definitely does. I almost forgot we were in Europe, and then I saw the Blissey and the Blastoise Prio picks, and I'm like, oh yeah, obviously we're in Europe right now. What am I thinking? So I think that's pretty funny how representative those mons are of the region. Portugal, honestly, taking France's whole flow from the previous game by picking up the Lax and the Buzzwole this time.
Yeah, you're never going to go wrong with that. And one of the best top laning duos in this game right now is the Buzzwole Eldegoss. So that's going to be difficult for France to handle. But Traffy is going to get access to their Cinderace here. And they are a fantastic Cinderace player. We have Psyduck on the field, Bridget. This has been used quite a lot recently in the EU region. The disrupt from the Psychic has been so important for these teams, especially when they're looking to really get a lot of damage onto them and pull that displacement from the opposition.
Yeah, Psyduck also remains a really strong pick. It does seem like it's fallen out of favor overall, but I love the Duck, love seeing him back in action. This Cinderace, though, has been honestly such a surprise pick for me in tournaments of late. But man, that feint move, being able to dodge so much is just extremely powerful. Everyone wants a buff full heal, but you could just pick them on that has the full heal in its kit, as well as equipping it, which Traffy seems to be doing for this game.
Me and Spraggles were saying it yesterday, that I don't think there's anything that feels better in this game than getting a feint and missing a Unite move or a Mega move from another Pokemon and just using the feint to get away from it. You feel like a god when you pull off something like that, Bridget. It's so good.
Yeah, it does, especially it's a smart pick into something like a Buzzwole, which relies so much on making sure you're not able to move to get its combos off. So it makes sense seeing it into the comp that Portugal had picked. We do see Portugal pick up the Venusaur. They really almost are exactly copying France's comp from the first game, which I kind of love. And they do switch it up a little bit in that Dodrio pick, which has also been a Pokemon that I don't think has ever really been bad at any point in its lifetime in this game. It is such a pocket pick. It is such high skill expression as well. So it doesn't really have a hard limit on how good it can be, as long as it's more reflective of the player. So excited to see what they're able to do with this feature pick.
I have always been a certified Dodrio hater, or at least Grillpeck, at the very least. I mean, I love the Pokemon, but in this game, I have always hated it. I think because when it came out, Bridget, I was a ranged attacker main, so, like, it was my worst nightmare.
Yeah, you're valid. I see you, and I understand. I think my main enemy on this map might be the Zera. That guy was horrible season 1. I will never forgive him, but we will see both of our enemies in the jungle central areas for Portugal and France as we get into this game number 2. And that poor little plain bunny already getting bullied in that bot path.
Oh, Dark saying, hey, I'm the better starter here. Manages to find that one. And if you can find any KO on a Bulbasaur early enough, that's going to be huge for your squad. As Portugal, though, looking to get this level 5 on Buzzwole nice and early. If they can find a KO, that will make all the difference. As here comes Dodrio, looking for the assist here as well. Zeraora is going to find some damage. They're getting so weak, though, right now, Bridget. Who can find it? It's going to be Buzzwole, but Dodrio's 1 HP in a dream.
Portugal already coming out strong, getting KOs on the bottom path and winning that first engage in the top path. That is a huge momentum swing for Portugal, who couldn't really find any momentum, it felt like, in that game number 1. So already a quick change of pace. Maybe this is the demon comp. I don't know. It is obviously extremely strong early game, so France opting to come down in this bot path and hoping to find some value here as they get some dunks and secure up that farm.
Interesting response by Portugal. Send the Bulbasaur into the central area to get your Venusaur as soon as possible. Fastest had to actually come down into this bottom lane. They were assisting the Dodrio in invading the central area of France, but they're just really sharing out the experience here, Bridget, and it has put them under a lot of pressure in the bottom lane as 44 points have gone in, but now they've got power spikes and they're looking for this Regidrago.
Yeah, just kind of doing some posturing in that top path. Meanwhile, the Drago is 1 HP, secured up by the Mew on the side of France. They are continuing on their streak of securing up these objectives. They have 3 members in this top path trying to gain an advantage. Eldegoss trying to do some defense, stem this bleeding. Dodrio coming in clutch, getting a KO on that Wartortle, says, this is my side of the map, go back to your own.
There's a Zeraora looking for the pulls. Didn't need it there, though, as they find the KO onto the Eldegoss. But that is going to be a bit of a nightmare for Portugal in this game. Looking for the pulls again on Dodrio. Doesn't quite find it, but it is just your luck that when you don't think it's going to happen, it will. And it's the kind of thing that can flip a team fight, Bridget.
Yeah, absolutely. France was putting in so much attention in that top path, but as you can see on the mini-map, Sarah and Psyduck falling down below to that top path area, joined by the Cinderace. Seems like it's going to be a 4v4 down there for that Regieleki. Once again, putting priority on the Regieleki. France already ripping it as best they can. Classic Cinderace. Hey, if I have a Cinderace on my team, that's exactly what I want to see him doing.
Oh, we knew it was going to happen at some point. There's the Plasma Gale coming in as well, as France now look to clean up Portugal. They may have given themselves the power lead in the early stages, but right now France are bouncing right back into it as they score more points and look for a tasty overcap down here. They all realize we actually have way too many points to get an even better overcap, and it looks like they're going to leave it up a little bit for some stacks to go on in here. Oh.
Yeah, I think trying to see if they could do exactly that. I love seeing that optimal goal zone scoring from the team. Zeraora, I thought he was dead in the water. Eventually is. Snorlax got the revenge for their team, but not before taking out the enemy. I can't see it because my thing's in the way. The enemy guy. He got him.
It was one of them. It definitely was. Snorlax goes down. As France, they are just really taking this game into their own here. They do have the Buzzwole add a good power spike to Portugal, but it's struggling in these team fights because you don't have the rest here to really put that pressure on. Though Drio looking to get on in on the fight, but then goes into their own central area as France have scored 129 points unanswered here, Bridget.
Yeah, Portugal does need to get some points on the board. I didn't even notice in all of that chaos, but Portugal was able to secure the Registeel that spawned in this top path, trying to make good use of it with that Buzzwole Unite move. He's able to stay alive for now, but not for long. Cinderace Unite move. Mew breaks out theirs as well. France wants more points on the board. Their greed knows no bounds with the Verdant Anger. Venusaur trying to shut this down.
Here comes the muted auto, does a huge amount of damage onto Dark as well. Dodrio is so weak right now as Blastoise manages to get away. The beam hits Traffy though as they go back to Nurse Joy. Finally, 60 points on the board for Portugal as Snorlax is looking to come into this top side. Another huge beam takes Mew out of there. Zeraora trying to find the pull, but they walk into the arms of Buzzwole. Portugal finally having a good push here in the mid of this game. If they can take these KOs, Bridget, and score these points, break this pad, they will be well back into this game. But Cinderace is back. Traffy looking to cause the damage as they take down the Venusaur. But again, they go down back to Nurse Joy. Portugal finding the picks that they're looking for, but then comes Kradix and cleans up the rest. Portugal have to retreat.
Portugal's so close to getting some major points in on that tier 1, but they just couldn't find the KOs fast enough. Snorlax doing everything they could, using their block move, continuing to do some phenomenal defense in this top path, which this fight seems like it's been going on for a long time. We already have another Registeel spawning up here. 3 members of France, 4 members from France securing it up with that Mew getting the final KO. They want the Registeel this time around, and it is a fight for the tier 1s of top path right now.
Just never ending as Eldegoss falls yet again. That's a Hydra Typhoon to allow the points to go in. Triple Trample comes through. They do manage to find Mew, but France do not budge. They bend but don't break here as they lose 1 Pokemon, but get another 38 overcap and extend this lead.
Yeah, Portugal just not able to find those point scoring opportunities. Regieleki even walked in on their tier 2. Meanwhile, Blastoise takes advantage and scores on the top path for the side of France. It really was looking like it was going in Portugal's favor, but it feels like France has just been able to play to the macro a bit more, and ultimately are what wins you the game. And France is going into this Groudon fight with a huge point lead and a level 14 Zeraora on Kranich.
Yeah, now we got 10 seconds for Groudon takes to the field, and right now France are well in the aggressive stance that they're looking for. Portugal, they do have the opportunity. Those two tier 1s are up for France. They just have to win this team fight, but that is not an easy task, and in fact, they do have Rip on the side of France, but they're just trying to lure them in right now, see if they can find something as Dodrio looks to get that Hundo Burger in the top lane.
Yeah, I like this move from Portugal, trying to get the pressure off of that central area, which France has done a really good job of getting control of this center Groudon pit. So pulling them out of position kind of gives Portugal a chance to dive in here, and it seems like the poking and the fighting has already begun.
Not enough healing either with the beams that are coming in, paired with the damage from that Zero Aura. Cotton Cloud Crash has been used as Psyduck looks to go down, but manages to escape, and Buzzwole trying to pull up the damage onto the Blastoise here, but it's all going to let loose as we come through with the Mystical Mirage as well. There's the Flaming Bicycle Kick. It's a double KO for Mew, looking for more. Venusaur takes down Blastoise, but that's not going to be enough because, ooh, baby, a triple for Mew.
Mew doing Venusaur's job just a bit better, rotating between all of those beams and all of the different moves, keeping Portugal out of that pit, while Traffy on that Cinderace does what it does best, which is ripping the objective before the enemy team is able to do much. Zera Aura and Cinderace gonna try to score on this tier 1. They do already have over 100-point lead, but it's really not a ton, and Portugal has respawned. Buzzwole even has its Unite move, but just gets deleted.
This is why Cinderace is an issue on these teams. When you have a player like Traffy that can keep out of the range of the opposition and can hit those higher levels for the late game, you come into a late game with a level 13 Cinderace, you can rip through the opposition, as we've just seen with those defenders. Now they've at level 15. Bridget, it is such a strong Pokemon in these late stages.
Yeah, especially with that Groudon buff. Obviously, there was kind of an opportunity, I felt like, for Portugal to maybe fight them on that tier 1 goal zone, even after France had secured that Groudon, but you do get such a buff from having that shield that, it's not necessarily shield, it's a boost, it's a buff, and wow, I mean, the Buzzwole was not even able to get near that enemy team to have that almost refight that could have really swung the game that direction. So really outstanding stuff from France. I know it didn't start off the most ideal for them. Portugal was looking really, really great until I would say about that mid game.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think after they managed to find their feet under them, they were unstoppable. I think that's the scary thing about this French team, and why I think people are looking at them as the favorites to take this entire thing. They just never seem to be out of a game, Bridget, no matter what advantage the other team manages to find, and Portugal absolutely did in the early stages with the pressure from Dodrio. France just find a way to get back into it and become an absolute mountain to move in those final few stages.
Yeah, I feel like France was able to play that Groudon fight super well. They really pushed out Portugal. They just have such good central area control when that Groudon spawns in. But here we go, some of the highlights from our game 2. We get to see Portugal honestly popping off quite a bit, especially in this first engage, this first little scuffle of the game in that top path, but France able to invest a lot of resources in that top path. Those iconic Cinderace secure. It will always make me laugh seeing that Unite move go on the Reggie.
I mean, it's the one thing you want to use the Unite move for, but it's so funny because we're all used to it being in solo queue and just sitting in a bush waiting to do that exact thing, even though we're in 5-stack here and Traffy has really managed to play around their team with it. But this is it. I mean, we're at the mid-game here, Bridget, and Portugal still haven't scored any points. And I think that's dangerous because it means that the onus is on you. You can't win a game of Pokemon Unite without scoring. So you get a little bit desperate for it. Right now, Snorlax is scoring 40 points in the bottom pad rather than being up here helping with this team fight.
Yeah, and I definitely see the value in trying to counteract or be on the other side of the map to get those points in. They were kind of some of the only points that Portugal was able to score throughout the game, and They really, really almost had it in this top lane push, but as we can see from this specific highlight, France was just a bit unrelenting, especially once they got that Registeel buff. They were able to capitalize off of it and ultimately break this tier 1.
269 as we go on into the final fight, and Portugal managing to score a few, but it was just these Unite moves from France that proved to be too much. A masterclass of effort coming out of Mifil here as they really do clean up the rest. Dodrio, though, trying to do whatever they could to keep Portugal in this. They find the double KO off the back of that, try to go for the Groudon, and it was literally a millisecond away from being able to find it, but Traffy with the damage and the burn just proved to be a little bit too much. But that is how close we came to Portugal being able to at least push this to the wire.
Yeah, it was honestly pretty close, and I believe it was Qatar on that Blastoise, which really probably made the, I would potentially say, like, at least fight-winning play of the Groudon pit, getting their Unite move off on, I think, at least 4 members of Portugal. It's just hard to come back when you're all knocked up like that. It was a huge advantage for France, so really great stuff from all these players. It was a really, really fun set.
That it was. We're going to head to a quick break, chat, while we get the next one ready to go, and you won't want to miss this one. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. We will be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, you beautiful trainers all, as we get set up for this next amazing game. It's the OG champions of the UEC, Italy, taking on one of the strongest squads this year, Spain. This is going to be a belter, Bridget.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. After that first set, it was crazy. So I know Europe has a lot more in store for us as we work our way through this quarterfinals. But yeah, I'm familiar with some Spanish players, namely Adezu, admittedly, but excited to see what each of these countries are going to bring to the table today.
Yeah, one of the things that I love about this cup is that all these players obviously play on the same teams as each other, they play against each other all the time, so when they get to compete for their countries, like, it's so good because they'll see the other team and be like, I know what they play, I know the strategies that they like to bring to the team, and it gives such another layer to this kind of competition.
Definitely. I am a bit envious of it being from the US. I love seeing you guys get to represent your countries. It's very cute. I think there was once upon a time a Sneaky Seal tournament where it was kind of regional based on the US, and it was a lot of fun. But here we have our Italy roster in Narami, Brutal Hunter, Priasmo, Poggy, and Kiri. I recognize Narami, obviously, from Komamai, but I think the rest of these players may be new to me.
Some of my favorite is like Hooper on Narami. So much fun. Also love a bit of Sableye action. Brutal Hunter is one of the best all-rounders in this region, honestly. Very dominant, loves that buzz wall. So get prepared for a bit of that. Kree again is another fantastic defender here in this region. So I expect them to be dominating on the Crustle. But let's have a nosy at Spain. Let's bring them up and see. This squad has been so strong this year, by the way, chat, because look at it. You've got Adesu, you've got Girare, one of the, well, the best Trevenant in EU, in my opinion. Albanoa is here. Jose with a dominant central area play, and Bertolo is here as well. Spain have the players, and boy, have they been showing it.
Yeah, definitely some big names on this roster. I also love that I can kind of guess, like, what mons they like by the little Trevenant on Gira's profile card, and Jose with that little Leafeon. I see you. That makes a lot of sense for a jungler. So I love that we have the cards. I think it's actually such a fun little expression. So really excited to see these two teams go head to head.
Yeah, I think this could be one that really does go to game 3 because both of these squads are so strong. But Italy, of course, they felt that experience of winning this tournament and they want to feel that again. The past 2 years, they've tried their best here, Bridget. Not been able to do so just yet, but they're looking pretty strong here. I just think nobody was expecting how strong Spain were going to be. You saw that squad come together and you was like, oh boy, is this going to be one of the best?
Yeah, because Spain, I believe, has not won a Unity Clash previously from what I remember you guys talking about earlier. So it would be amazing to see another winner come out, another country be a winner come out this year, keeping up with that tradition. So this seems like a fun one. Former champ versus potential new champ, which I guess is most of these storylines, but Spain definitely seems like they are have the upper hand this year from the results we've had thus far.
Yeah, that's what's exciting. Like, you have the previous champs, the first champs as well, against what are probably considered to be, it's between France and Spain right now with how well they've been playing, but, you know, they have to get through Italy to do exactly that, and that is not going to be an easy task. But it does say a lot about how strong this region is and how strong these teams are, Bridget, that we've had we've been doing this for, I believe, for 3 years. We've had Italy win, we've had France win, we've had Switzerland win. So it's not like one team has dominated so much that they've got multiple wins under their belt yet.
Yeah, I think that although it can be a fun storyline to have kind of the monster, the behemoth team that everyone is trying to take down, but it definitely leaves it much more open when It's been tossed around each and every year. It's kind of what I've enjoyed about UCS, especially the past couple years. We've had not only different teams winning the world champions, but totally different regions the past 3 years. I think it just speaks to how elevated not only each region across the world is, but each region here in Europe as well has upped their game throughout the years. So excited to see how this one plays out for us.
Yeah, let's see what they want to do with their bans here, because on both sides of things, you really do have some strong players that you can take out. And is that Klaus on the side of Italy? Ooh, I tell you what, having Klaus and Brutal on one team here, that kind of ups the stakes even more in this game.
Yes, I am a big Klaus fan, so excited to see them on this Italy roster for at least today or this game. We are seeing, I believe, a targeted Trevenant ban, Hoopa, and I believe probably a targeted Sableye ban as well. That guy is annoying. I do not blame anyone for making sure it gets the boot. Blaziken also just kind of a monster in this meta with its recent buffs.
These are my favorite kind of games because you see these like people banned and it's just so funny. Like a Sableye ban in a game because of how strong Narami is on that Pokemon and how much vision it gives Italy is just crazy. That's why I love these kind of matchups as Italy look to take the Bruiser themselves. Brutal Hunter looking to get Brutal on the Buzzwole.
Yeah, Europe with so much respect for this Buzzwole. It doesn't seem like it's quite ban territory, but we have seen it in every set thus far today, and it says a lot that Italy is going to go ahead and first pick it. Brutal must be really feeling the Buzzwole.
Spain are going for the double wombo combo here. We've got Blastoise and Eldegoss, but it is a support Blastoise by the looks of it, with Jurare picking that up so far. Italy looking to answer with the Blissey and the Crustle. It's almost as if we have a certain chain of things in Pokemon Unite right now. If you can't get the Blissey, you're going to go for the Eldegoss or vice versa. If you can't get the Crustle, you'll go for like the Blastoise or the Snorlax. Klaus is now going to pick up the Miraidon as well for Italy, looking for that ranged attack from the get-go.
Yeah, I like this prioritization of the attacker spot instead of going for that support spot. Since Spain has already picked up their support player, they're not in too much fear that they're going to pick up another one. They'd rather grab their preferred attacker pick in that Miraidon. And Spain actually going to grab the Delphox, which we were able to see a little bit of yesterday during Spraggle's tournament. But with that Snorlax, I have a feeling this Blastoise will be... Well, I thought the Blastoise would be taking off EXP share, but the Snorlax doesn't have it on. So maybe I should retract that statement.
Bro, if we end up with a flail Snorlax, I swear down, Bridget, I'm going to lose my mind. As Narami and Simo are going to pick up the Leafeon and Darkrai here to rain out the Italy squad. What is Jose going to bring to the field? I didn't think it was going to be that little bunny. It looks like it's going to be the Zeraora. I thought they were definitely going to entertain the idea of the Leafeon, which is why I think Italy has tried to take that away from Jose.
Yeah, Italy going for this double speedster comp, but we do see that Darkrai sporting the EXP share, and thank God Spain swapped their tanks. I was a little, I've seen crazier things. I didn't want to put my assumptions on them, but I am glad to see that the Lax will be having the EXP share, where Blastoise will most likely be in that top path. And I'm excited to see a more supportive Darkrai in this game, whereas in the last set we saw a very aggressive damage-based Darkrai, which did do pretty well, but a lot of teams kind of opting for this more supportive one, which is really fun for me. I love an unconventional light bulb on a non-support tank or tank character. I feel like typically we've seen this at least speedster-wise with Galarian Rapidash, so kind of cool to see another speedster get the EXP share treatment.
Yeah, I really like it as well. I love when we have these kind of roles where they don't really do what they're supposed to do and it's a little bit different. Like your pseudo speedsters as well, with like your Mimikyus and your Cyphers, or like Armarouge Fire Spin, which is just an all-rounder. Like, I love that style of play in Pokemon Unite, so I love the EXP share on the speedsters as well.
Yes, it will be fun to watch it in this top path as we get into the first game of the set. Italy on the purple side, Spain on the orange side. Fraggles, do not sue me. I'm allowed to say that.
Bro, I stole it from him yesterday as well. So don't you worry about it. We all do it as well. I mean, he is the pioneer, but it's so good when Carl's going to do it. Adesu in the lane on the Delphox is not so good, though, as they try to find the secure. It's so difficult to be in the lane on this Pokemon, Bridget, but you've got to give your spikes over to the side of the central area, knowing that Leafeon and Narami are here as the strong speedsters.
Yeah, Leafeon already up in this top path with that early gank. You can see on the map that they got or did not pick up both of their ball toys, opting for both of the buffs instead. Almost gave away those buffs by getting KO'd, but makes it away on a sliver. It looks like farm has been pretty evenly split in this top path, with Buzzwole sporting that level 4. No one quite hitting their level 5 yet, other than these junglers. Spain going in for these KOs, but does not secure up anything other than the Swablues.
I like this. It's a taunted back and forth between both squads already in this early set as Durare comes in looking for the secure, putting the pressure on the lane. And Spain now have Jose paired up with the Elder Goss as they look to come back up here and put the damage onto Buzzwole.
Yeah, Eldegoss really needing that level 4. I don't blame them. Zera able to kind of make a surprise flank in this top path, while it looks like Adesu on the Delphox is going to be clearing up their jungle while Zera cleans up this Buzzwole. Leafeon to the rescue though, but not before Zera getting a 2 KO streak. It is not looking good for Italy's top path right now.
Jose, you are just filthy, buddy. The way that they managed to find that KO is ridiculous, Bridget. They were so weak, but they just target the Darkrai, even though one hit from them will find that KO. And Simo runs all the way down the Flux Zone, looking for the farm away from Spain, and gets back to their own side here. These speedsters are putting on a show for us in this one.
I can't believe Simo didn't get KO'd. There it finally is. Sorry for cursing you by acknowledging that you didn't. The berry theft was crucial, but Zera just not allowing it to happen as it gets another KO on this Darkrai. I mean, Zera Aura has been doing absolutely demonic work. That shield, letting it live on 1 HP, but Crystal says, not today, before it heads back to their tier 1 with their Buzzwole getting KO'd. It's been quite the back and forth, but it's actually been Spain who's been able to get points on the board so far.
Yeah, and that's the storyline, really. I mean, it's not many points, but it is the fact that if you can't score points in this game until you get to the late stages, you are on the back foot, and you do not want to be on the back foot when you come into Groudon. Look at that steal as Durare takes it away from Italy while they were going for the rip. They just stood there and was like, I'm going to take this, bro. Do you want to keep hitting it? And that they did.
That they did. I love the confidence, the gall just to be standing right next to it, but that is why you kind of can't let the Snorlax or any non-threatening support tank stand right there. They may not have full vision of him lurking by that Regieleki, which is able to walk into that tier 1. Spain able to get that Registeel in the top path as well. And they are looking really, really strong, securing both objectives, and the only team to be able to put any points on the board thus far.
Trying to find some important KOs is Italy, but again, Jose just causing disruption left, right, and center. Narami manages to get some stun onto them, tries to escape, but Jose won't let them as they reel them in for the KO, and Nurse Joy is getting ready for the heals on Darkrai.
Yeah, Narami has been able to be such a menace and a nuisance on this Darkrai. It just feels like Spain always has more players allocated to these pushes. Huge Unite moves coming out on the side of Spain. They want to take down this tier 1 goal zone as well, KOing the Leafeon, but Buzzwole able to get a KO on that Zeraora and kind of stop this push from happening. There are not a lot of team members there anymore, with Buzzwole cleaning up shop for Italy.
Now, just as we have a brief moment, we have just had confirmation from production that we have had 6 out of 6 Registeals with the Regispawns today so far.
Oh my god!
Bridget. How ridiculous of a stat is that?
It's a good representation of all of the fighting that's been happening, because I feel like these, like, from all of our sets today, it has been skirmish after skirmish after skirmish, and I guess if you just keep getting the Registeel buff, the urge to run in and fight increases. So I blame the Registeals for all of this fighting going on in the central area, the back and forth KOs on both sides. No one really coming out on top, but Leafeon making sure they can use their Unite move on that poor little Delphox before Delphox can use it back. And now Italy is going to be going for this Registeel, but I do not like the Snorlax standing right here.
Oh, looking for it again, but finally they do manage to out-secure Girare. Spain right now, though, they definitely have lost a little bit of the momentum that they built up. Italy have found a way to get back on in to this game as they look to push this Regieleki. Not easy to do against the block on the Snorlax, though, as Blastoise looking to go in with a Hydra Typhoon. They do find Girare, but the big cannons are going to be let loose as they do find one, but Simo locks them down. Look how weak that little evolution is as they break the pad. It's another Registeal.
Okay, this has to be a record. I don't know. I'm kind of scared. Is the game bugged? What's happening? I guess it's not the worst bug we've ever had. Speaking of bugs, the bug of Buzzwole got that Registeel, and oh my goodness, is their team putting it to good use. 3 KOs down for Spain. Spain is one who had the people get KO'd. I don't know if I said that well. But Italy finally able to make a huge play in that top path and break that tier 1 goal zone, actually getting this point lead.
Yeah, now they're in the lead before Groudon comes in, as Narami looks like they're going to get caught out here, manages to get away with the big disguise, but that is a Leafeon getting 1 KO and still managing to go down. The spawn timer will be reset. They will be back on in before Groudon is here. But Spain have the power spikes that they wanted as well, Bridget. We have this Delphox hitting level 13. No longer going to have a cooldown on that flame charge pretty much. It's like 2 seconds. You constantly have access to that move that allows you to kite around Italy.
Yeah, and with all of these dive Pokemon in the double speedsters and the Buzzwole for the side of Italy, Adezu is going to be wanting to skirt out of there very, very often. He's done a good job thus far of trying to avoid all of these demons, but Fury a little caught out on this Crustle, has to use their Unite move just to get that big shield and stay alive. They do have such... He's 1v5ing!
Oh my god, they've just gone into that choke point and been absolutely trampled on, but Spain have found a way to come out of it, Bridget, as they get the double KO off the back of Blastoise. Right now it's down to Darkrai and Miraidon to keep Italy in this fight. They are in the lead right now. They are regrouping as Spain, and Italy are still waiting for their heavy bruisers to be back in this fight.
Yeah, wow, that was honestly an incredible play from the Crustle. I just don't think Italy was ready to take that fight just quite yet, but man, I saw the vision. It was beautiful. Narami flanking on the Zeraora, but he may not make it out of here alive as Adezu follows up quickly with the Delphox, the Snorlax, and the LD protecting Adezu with their whole entire lives. Buzzwole ends up getting KO'd. Spain seems in control of this fight right now, but Italy is trying to find a pick. It's just so hard with all of this protection, but it does look like the Delphox finally falls.
Yeah, and without having that, a huge amount of damage is taken out of this team right now. It's down to the defenders and the support to actually take the Groudon. We're running out of time here, Bridget. We got 25 seconds. They tried to take it, but Snorlax runs away with the Groudon. There's a T1 goal up. They go and get the Hundo Burger in, but it's disrupted by Narami, and now they have to push the T2 pad. The Hydra Typhoon with the cannons locks in. A Hundo Burger rains through as Spain look to desperately score more points with how close this is. Emerald two-step is going to come through from Italy. 58 rain in. I think Spain has done it.
I cannot believe that clutch from Spain. It was not looking good when their Delphox was finally taken down. I mean, incredible job from Girari and Albert. I'm so sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing your names, on that Snorlax and Eldegoss for not only defending their Delphox extremely well, enough for it to basically get the rip off, and then being able to defend Birdie with that Blastoise. I mean, it actually came down to the wire. I'm very gagged right now.
We knew this game was going to be just like that. These two teams are absolutely fantastic, absolute sort of icons of this EU region, and that was a belter. What a defense by the defenders and support of Spain to just get that lock in. Desu was cooking, and the pick, by the way, Narami managing to get through and find Jose. They were on the back foot in that second fight at that stage until Desu comes in and cleans up Italy.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the highlights from that Groudon fight, because my brain feels like mush after watching what I did. I'm like, what even happened? I'm like, who was winning? What was going on? It was pretty chaotic this entire time. Wow, and there we got to see just that little punch from the Snorlax getting that first Regieleki for Spain. And here we have another push coming in from Spain, but Italy able to actually keep it together for the most part, picking up a big KO on that Leafeon and making sure Spain would back off after that.
This was just such a back and forth in this game. Spain looked to really have the advantage in the early stages, but what a way for Italy to bounce back, Bridget. Look, 3 minutes 20 on the board here. They've currently got the point lead. They've caught up on levels. They find the 7th Registeel in a row here, and then they just land constant damage to really find a way to get back into this game, cleaning up Spain off the back of that.
Yeah, it really felt like Italy had this momentum, as we can see from this top lane push, going into that Groudon fight, something they had been trying to harness this entire game. But here was this huge Crustle play. Look at the HP bars. I mean, I thought it was kind of over then, but huge on Spain being able to pivot. They also had all of their Unite moves they were able to whip out and kind of bounce back, but really great job from Italy on keeping Narami and their Miraidon alive. Here we have this huge pick from Narami. He obviously does go down for it, but here is kind of this last final fight with the Eldegoss and Snorlax defending their characters for their lives.
I genuinely don't know how Spain managed to survive that in the choke point with the Crustle. You see Crustle go in and the health bars are kind of getting destroyed, and then all of a sudden Spain win it. It's ridiculous, Bridget.
It was very stressful. I feel like my heart rate is definitely still elevated from what I have witnessed here today, but we have quite an exciting game 2. I will be interested to see how and if these teams pivot their compositions at all, because although it did feel like, I believe Italy was on the back foot for most of the game, they were able to have some really clutch and amazing plays. I would by no means say they were comp diffed or anything like that. I feel like they executed it super well. It just kind of came down to that last little end fight, and even then the Miraidon was super close to securing that away from Spain. So I'll be interested to see if there are any target bans that come out from this game number 1.
What's crazy about this cup is that both of these teams are so incredibly good, but only one of them will continue off. The one that loses will be out of this cup. It's single elimination here, Bridget, and that is just devastating for such a strong team.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like it could be a finals game, if I'm being honest. Like, both of these teams are just absolute behemoths, and it's going to be sad to see either one of them go as we get into this game 2 ban phase. It's not looking like anything too different so far from our game 1.
No, I think, run it on back. It was such a close one as they do continue to ban out Blazer Kid, Saberlight. Buzzwole is going to be banned out instead of the Suicune on the side of Italy. That's going to surely force Spain to go with the Suicune ban. They did look for the side of the Zacian. Let's see. Venusaur? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I have to imagine that they want whatever pick Italy does not go for in this first pick situation. Italy going for that Zacian, like you said, was banned out, I believe, in the first game, but wow, almost auto picks on the side of Spain and Blissey and Suicune. A demonic pair, which should be illegal.
Yeah, that is bizarre to have that as your first 2 picks. I mean, Brutal, fantastic on that Zacian, and they're going to pair it with Narami on the Eldegoss by the looks of things. A brilliant combo in that top lane, but it's got to be concerning seeing the Blissey alongside the king of crowd control being that Suicune.
Yeah, I mean, Blissey and Suicune just enable so much, but honestly, Eldegoss and Crustle, really, really strong. We've seen that duo come out and do a really amazing stuff thus far. So I think Italy is on a good track. Spain bringing out that Leafeon and the Blastoise once again. Italy actually breaking out this Inteleon for this round.
Yeah, that's going to be great. The snipe shots are going to be so important for trying to rip through the damage on the Suicune, on the Blastoise, and it's just going to cause Albano, if they don't want to go for the safeguard here and provide that anti-CC, you're going to be using so many of your heals to heal up those snipe shots. Alternatively, you could go for the liquidation. We've seen the EU do a little bit here to lock onto that Leafeon, but I think the snipe shot will give you a little bit more. And Simo on the Shifu, we'll have to keep a close eye on whether that's going to be Water Bear or Dart Bear. I think Dart Bear because of the eject button right now, but Adesu reigns out with a Sylveon here, Bridget.
Oh, I love an Adesu Sylveon. I hope he stays on that. We did see him on the Delphox in the previous game, so I would imagine he's sticking to one of his pocket picks in this Sylveon, which is kind of... it feels such a middle of the ground Pokemon to me, but in the hands of someone as skilled as Adesu, I know we are going to see it pop off and do its job really well. I feel like Mystical Fire is almost the preferred build, but I could see this being a hyper voice game for him as well.
Yeah, I think that might be a good shout, going for that rip as well. I feel like Sylveon at the moment is very much a B tier Pokemon, where it's not bad, it's not incredible, but when you have a player like Adesu on it, it's gotta raise it up a little bit in those tiers, doesn't it, Bridget? It's so good to have such a strong player on that one Pokemon. Yeah,
I am a big proponent. Obviously, meta is extremely important. I'm not saying pick the F tier mons by any means, but I think having a comfort pick, a pocket pick is extremely important and is sometimes overlooked in lieu of those more meta options. But especially since the attacker role is in, I would say, kind of a weird spot right now, I think that is the perfect place to be flexing to something you feel proficient in, and just like having the knowledge of what it's capable of is so valuable in this game.
And as we kick things off here, will Spain look for the 2-0 record? Will Italy fight on to go to a game 3 as the Kudfu is going to take the central area? A quick rotation from Jose will bring Leafeon into the lane, whilst down here, this is a tough matchup for Italy.
Yeah, I mean, Suicune, early game, mid game, late game, always pretty annoying. It is kind of the beauty of the Suicune. And here we're actually going to see Leafeon taking a bit of a detour into the central area. Probably got the knowledge that the Kung-Fu was not in lane, and Jose knew he could make it have a pretty bad time in that central area as he's able to pick up that KO on Italy's jungler.
Take some farm away from the lane as well for Italy as Kung-Fu comes into that lane. They are desperate for experience here. They have to hit level 5 to get that spike. They finally do as Spain continue with the aggression down in this bottom lane. They're the first to score points. They're the first to find the KOs as they look to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, we're seeing Adesu play extremely aggressively on that Mystical Fire build. It is basically a 1v1 bot. He can chase down all these all-arounders, get sustain, and deal tons of damage with this build. I'm excited to see these EVs in action as they are just picking up KO after KO with 3 in this bottom half before this first objective has even spawned in the central area.
It's exactly what they're looking for. Italy have had to use so much experience shared in that central area to get their Inteleon leveled up, just to get their Urshifu on the field, that Spain have managed to gain so many levels off the back of that, leaving the War Turtle in the top lane. Italy are now going to push it heavily, trying to score some points and catch up on that experience. Birdslow refuses to go down though. Adesu is going to come into this lane looking to cause the damage with the Mystical Fire, trying to find Brutal. Luckily though, Narami gets that healing through. Here comes the Emerald two-step, deletes 2 from the side of Italy, and they clean them up, Bridget, with just Crustle left in the bottom pad.
It is so cool that the EVs get their Unite move at level 8, because what was I just witnessing? It is horrifying to see that Unite move come out from that Leafeon so early on. They hadn't even KO'd the Reggie Drago yet, and this Leafeon is level 9, trying to make sure Italy has a horrible time. They are succeeding thus far, trying to be strategic on these bottom lane dunks. Don't want to mess up this overcap at all. It does give Italy a bit of a chance to stall this out, but he's Unite moving again on the Leafeon!
Bro, I have a good friend that feels like Leafeon constantly needs nerfs, and you know what? I'm beginning to believe him because
I
that is ridiculous. There's the Fairy Frolic as well, as Adesu lands onto 4 of the side of Italy, gets a lot of healing off the back of that, and that is going to clean up the rest of this front line as they find the double KO. Italy pushed back onto their T1 pad. They did find some good levels as level 8 now hits on the Urshifu, but Leafeon is at 10 as they are waiting for these objectives.
Yeah, we have finally seen a different Reggie other than the Steel. There was a Regice. The game is not bugged. We just had insane luck or unluck with the constant Reggie steals. Italy trying to make something happen. They are going for this Reggie Alecki. They have really solid control of this pit. Spain seeming to back off, trying to just protect their goal zone, but Adesu goes down with that big snipe shot out of Klaus. He's Unite moving on this Inteleon. Blissey Unite move comes out as well on their carry, Leafeon, who is just hungry for more. They are pushing toward this tier 1.
That's a good effort from Brutal, but unfortunately Jose proves to be the stronger carry for their team, as Spain have scored over 200 points more than Italy as we hit the mid-game here. It was a good bite back from Italy though, and as we continue to progress in this game, if they keep that up, it will come down yet again to the final moments of Groudon.
Absolutely. Jose, level 13. At the 5-minute mark, you guys. This is horrifying. This is what we're talking about by when we say a Pokemon loves to snowball. Leafeon is one of those guys. We saw it earlier with the Buzzwole. It is just so hard to stop. You really have to bank on them making a mistake. Spain trying to make no mistakes by pushing into the central area of Italy. 2 KO streak for Jose. They are not done. Blastoise picking up a KO as well. Suicune using their Unite move, and that tier 1 on tier 2 on the bot path is Gonzo.
Bro, we already had 7 out of 7 Registeals, so we already have to get the Guinness World Book of Records on the field. But now we have a level 13 Leafeon really looking to hit level 14 very soon, but the push onto them, that's an Ebon Fist in their face! Wicked Blow's gonna find it! That's a level 13 Leafeon taken down as her Spy Vision comes out here from Inteleon, and Italy have bounced straight back into this game as they find a little boost in levels and try to break the pad.
Yeah, incredible Unite move from Klaus on the Inteleon. I mean, obviously Urshifu was picking up those KOs, cleaning up shot, but Italy really needed some momentum. This Leafeon is just really frustrating to deal with, but this is the point in the game where hopefully Leafeon's power falls off a little bit. Blastoise utilizing their Unite move for the side of Spain, but it is going to be Italy securing that Regieleki also, but it does not seem like they will be able to win out this fight.
Good response by Spain there, getting themselves well back in to a comfortable lead as they find even more KOs. They still have the point lead, they've still got the level lead, but that Urshifu is going to be a vision to behold as they hit level 13. So does Brutal. Italy are well in this as we get ready for the Groudon in 55 seconds. Spain are still taking this fight, using so many eggs on the side of Blissey as Albanoa tries to get on the retreat here. They will not be let go though as Italy concentrates on Bertolo. Bertolo's going to happily give themselves up here, Bridget, to allow Spain to get out.
Yeah, I think he said, don't worry about me, guys, just get out. They were able to get some of their Unite move charge back, as well as reset that death timer. If you are going to get KO'd before the final fight, Birdie did it at a great time. Adezu got a little caught out by Kiri as that Crustle. No harm, no foul though, just some vision given away while Klaus tries to shoot some of those snipe shots into the enemy team, trying to catch out anyone he can. It does feel like Italy has Spain on the back foot, but not for long as this fight has just started to break out.
That's going to be the Groudon fight early here as they do manage to find Jose. The Azure Spy Vision only finds that 1 KO though, and now that's going to be used up as Spain look to bounce back into this. The snipe shots are going to connect, and that's going to be a lot of healing used by Albanoa to stop that, but the approach comes in from Bertolo. There's the Hydro Typhoon. The Endless Ice Spikes is going to be used by Jirari as well, and they take down the Inteleon. Now they've got to find the Secure on the side of these all-rounders as Brutal dives into this pit looking for the fight on the side of Groudon. Kree is going to catch out too with the X-Scissor, but the cleanup is here as Jose comes in and they find Brutal. They take down Simo, and Spain are looking to take this with a 2-0 record. It's Crustle against the world, and they may be a mighty Pokemon, but they're not strong enough to defeat Spain.
Wow, I really thought Italy had the perfect momentum swing going into that fight, getting the KO on Jose after he had used his Unite move to go in and start that fight early. I mean, Italy had the advantage by getting that early KO, but I think they were just taken aback by how quickly that fight happened. They tried to reset, but man, we have just seen some really game-changing Blastoise plays. I feel like Birdie was able to hop on top of Klaus on that Inteleon and just make sure he could not keep poking those snipe shots into his team, and really got the ball rolling for Spain to make sure that that early KO on Jose did not cost them this game.
I think the fact that that combo came through at the right time. I mean, you saw the Assert Spy Vision get used. They find Jose. But the difficulty with that Unite move, Bridget, is that you have to find a couple of hits. It is such an important Unite move in a team fight that if you only find one off the back of that, that is not enough out of such a massive Unite move. As Spain clean up the rest of Italy. And they are going to take this with a 2-0 record.
Man, but they were such close games either time. I would not have been surprised if we had seen Italy come back from either of those, but really great job from the side of Spain to not freak out after Jose did get KO'd early. They were able to still see their win con, play to their strengths, and close out this game with a W.
I am absolutely loving Jose's play. I've been watching them all off season, and they have been so impressive as a central area player. I cannot wait to see them in UCS. They've been one of my favorites to follow along the whole journey. So this is just incredibly exciting. As we have a look at these stats, they're going to do 31% of the team damage. They're only going to take 19% of the damage, but the whole team had such great synergy. The Bertolo Jirare Unite moves together just showed how well this team plays together.
Yeah, both just devastating CC that Spain was able to capitalize on in that end fight, but throughout this whole game, especially on that bottom push, I know there was a huge Suicune Unite move. It just speaks to how devastating that pick can be in Spain, just really able to clutch up even with their back against the wall at some points.
I mean, it can't be stated enough how devastating this Leafeon was for Italy in the early game until they did find a good pick onto them. Also, I loved this from Odessa when they used the Fairy Frolic and just start to clean up. It was so good. Like, the more you hit with that, the more heals you're going to get. Look how weak they get, and then all of a sudden they end up winning this fight off the back of it. It was incredible with Blissey providing that healing as well. And that was Spain. Whenever they were on the back foot in this fight, they always found a way to get back into it.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Leafeon just showcasing why it is such an early game demon. I mean, just absolutely was running the show for, I would say, the first 5 minutes. Then finally we get to see this huge top lane fight over the 20th Registeel of the game. Italy able to use that attack buff to their advantage, get a huge momentum swing going for them. And then here we see this Unite move come out from the Leafeon, but it's actually the Urshifu with that big punch able to secure it up for Italy. Another good momentum swing for them, but ultimately Spain does win this fight, so kind of an even keel trade there.
Yeah, I think as production slows this down for us, thank you so much for literally taking out Jose. And this is it. Azure by Vision is such a massive Unite move. You've managed to get a bit of damage onto the Blastoise, but you only take one Pokemon out of using all of that, and then this combo comes through. It was a brilliant response from Bertolo, knowing you have to take down that Inteleon, and then it was just a matter of picking up whoever you could. Brutal's trying to get into the Groudon pit here, chat, just so that they have access to get that secure. Sovereign Sword is still ready, but then they have to retreat out of it because Spain is putting too much pressure there, and they get picked up. It was a cleanup by Spain, and we say goodbye to Italy here. A huge GG's to them though, Bridget, to Spain, to Italy and Portugal. They played fantastically, but it was a tough matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Spain just had their number at the end of the day, but truly outstanding stuff from this Italy squad. I'm so excited to see what they're going to bring to the table in future tourneys and in UCS this upcoming season. But I think we are going to throw it to a break as we get ready for our next quarterfinals matchup.
Welcome back in, trainers. And of course, it wouldn't be UEC without Germany coming to the field against Greece and Ghatlue being on their own channel. Bridget, I'm so hyped for this one.
Yeah, the plot armor is definitely here for Germany. We must put some respect on the guy whose channel we're casting on. Obviously, Ghatlue gonna be representing Germany for us here today, but a lot of powerhouses do come out of Germany as we're looking at this roster here. Toast, Ismo, Daddy Leon, and Aaron are the main roster of this team, but I know that they have quite a backlog of alternates as well, who you really can't go wrong with. I mean, these are some of the top players in the EU UCS region, so it's gonna be hard to stop them, I would think.
Yeah, it definitely is. They're always like a strong seed no matter where they compete. And I think that the debate for me is Toast my favorite central area, or is Jose over on the opposite team? I feel like, you know, it's a tough matchup for me to decide who wins between Spain and Germany on that one. But Daddy Leon as well is known to be an extremely flexible player. They have won tournaments on every role in Pokemon Unite. So what a team Germany is. Let's have a look at Greece, because as a reminder, Germany and Greece were in the same group chat. Greece took game 2 and game 3 was incredibly close, so this is going to be so exciting here as Kopiyami, Primayami, that's Todoroki there, Nevier Stokes and Father Hooper are here for Greece.
Yeah, I know that Greece is coming in as the underdog in this matchup, but it does say a lot that they were able to take a map off of Germany previously and take it to a very close game 3. They've been able to prepare and perhaps practice a little more for what Germany may be cooking up for this matchup. So really excited to see what this Greece team is able to do and what kind of strategies they're looking to implement against a team that is pretty well, there's just a lot of information about these German players, what they like to play, what they like to do, which can be advantageous if the other team does their research, does their homework, as we say. So we are going to get started with this game 1 ban draft phase. Looking like Leafeon and Blastoise finally off the table for once today.
It's no surprise people are finally cottoning on. Blastoise is used so much in these games. Let's take that out because as a brawler, as a support, it's just very strong. We do have the Delphox ban here by Germany. I didn't think we would ever see this, but it's so strong on this new map, Bridget.
Yeah, I was just wondering if this was maybe targeted toward someone on Greece, but I feel like as attackers go, there's maybe other things I would pick. They did go ahead and ban that Mew out too, so this could just be targeting whoever Greece's attacker player is, maybe forcing them off their strong comfort picks down to perhaps their third option of pick, which can be pretty annoying, especially for an attacker player who already has such limited options of viable mons at this point. But Germany gonna be securing that Crustle as their number 1 pick, which honestly, I am high on the Crustle. I think it is the best tank. Obviously, Snorlax and Trevenant can contest for that role as well, but we've just seen Crustle make such huge plays for their teams today and yesterday.
Yeah, this strikes me as both teams remember those previous games, and they are really targeting each other here as they steal that away. I mean, a Venusaur first pick is so interesting for Greece as well, because whilst it is very strong, there's so many ranged attackers that are in a great position in this game, and if you are picking up Venusaur that early, you are kind of letting the other team know what your plan is going to be, Bridget.
Yeah, it is definitely very counterable that high in the draft position, but I have to imagine this is because these other attackers who Greece may prefer were banned out, and so they were like, okay, we are not letting them take something else away from us. We are prioritizing our attacker pick to who we want it to be, which makes sense. Germany gonna opt for that Inteleon, and we are gonna see another Darkrai come out, and it's looking like it's gonna be sporting that EXP share once again.
Bro, I thought Toast was gonna give me the Absol in this one, but no, they're gonna pull out the Dodrio. Ghatlue is back on the Trident-tested Blaziken. They were dominant on that in Friday's game, so this is quite a squad for Germany as they have the double speedster combo. Again, it's going to be Leon on the side of that EXP share Darkrai. And Greece, Todoroki, is going to pull out the Empoleon that we actually haven't seen that much of since the nerf, Bridget.
Yeah, I honestly like seeing this Empoleon come out to play. I mean, it definitely got brought down to earth, I would say, after its huge nerfs when it was running the meta. It was way too broken. It was very, very much needed. And I actually feel like it's in a solid place right now. It's just, I think, taking players time to almost like relearn its stress, like how far it can go, like to stress test it once again now that it's kind of debatably a different mon at this point. We're also going to see this Serena come out from Greece, another kind of niche pick. At first glance, I would say Germany kind of has a demon comp. We've seen this double speedster type composition before. It was way more prominent earlier on in the year when all of our speedsters were completely overtuned and disgusting. It's definitely kind of fallen off a little bit, but it's come back around once again with Darkrai being able to sport this EXP share and help out their team. So it does give me a little bit of fear for Germany because I feel like the best way to counter speedster is with a speedster, but Greece is opting for that kind of support core in the Blissey and Hoopa, which can prove to be extremely strong as well.
Bro, as a speedster main, I miss the penetration buff as much as you possibly could.
Stop it.
Stop it.
Get this guy out of here, man. Don't say that too loud.
Germany kicking off here versus Greece. Central area is going to be Empoleon and Dodrio as the top lane clash from the get-go, looking for the damage, but they do steal it on the side of Germany.
Yeah, actually a lot of good damage coming out from the side of Germany, or from Greece, making Germany back off a little bit there. Hoopa just pretty aggressive and oppressive early game, but here we see Germany fighting for this farm. It seems like Inteleon, well, currently a little baby Sobble, has been able to secure so much of this farm away from Greece, giving them a huge advantage in this early game. But both these junglers coming up to the top path, Dodrio getting the K opener of this match.
Can we have a Shedinja doll on the side of Daddy Leon? I haven't seen a Shedinja doll in like ever, Bridget. I'm so excited for that plan here as they even managed to get away from Greece.
Yeah, Shedinja doll, definitely a niche pick. Some Pokemon have more use cases for it than others. I guess Darkrai is one of those guys now. Not sure what it does, but I'm sure we are going to find out in this matchup and how Darkrai specifically can utilize it to its advantages. Here we have Aaron trying to be super annoying, using their little Brazile invisibility to try to steal away the buff, maybe get a KO from that opposing Piplup, but he is able to escape.
And I mean, we've only just had points going in, so no stacks for the side of Greece, and they were stacking. Todoroki on the Empoleon was stacking, by the way, so that's a bit devastating for you because you kind of want them as early as you possibly can. Right now, Germany's going to get the rip on the Regidrago. They've got Inteleon online with Snipe Shot. They've got Blaziken online here as well. Germany have everything going for them right now.
Yeah, Greece not even trying to go for that first Regidrago, instead investing almost all of their members in this top path, finally getting their Steenie to level 5. It's so desperately needed as, oh my god, Ghatlue and Leon just kind of 2v4ing there, but they do have the backup of Crustle and Dodrio coming in clutch. I mean, oh, Blaziken is just a Pokemon that's in the game that, man, we buffed it, and now this is what it's doing.
Bro, I'm so mad about it, Bridget. We finally had a all-rounder meta where the Blaziken was just left down into the lower tiers, and we had some better ones, and they decided to buff it every time. It just annoys me, man. But the Registeel will be taken by Germany unless Hooper can do something about it. Not able to, and the snipe shots are ridiculous.
Yeah, Germany is just doing really demonic things on this map right now. They have 2 level 10s already. I mean, they are just taking up every bit of XP that they possibly can. This Ghatlue is barreling towards Greece's tier 2, and I mean, they are doing everything they can to stop this from happening, but Inteleon gets the KO on the Serena, and Polion falls as well. There's not much defending they can do at this point when the ball is already rolling so heavily for the side of Greece. Germany. 2 Gs. It's hard.
Too many Gs. I'm
Too
with
many
you,
Gs. You guys know what I meant.
But, I mean, 315 points to the donut store being open for Greece right now. That is becoming unsurmountable. It's a Petal Dance Venusaur here as well, which I actually do like. Those speedsters are going to be coming right at you and wanting to be on top of you, but you've got to have... You don't have any range to answer to the Inteleon, so you've kind of got to break through that front line to find them, and it's not working for Greece just yet. They need experience, they need more levels, as, I mean, Germany, they're just going to continue to try and hit that 500-point lead and not be concerned about Groudon, Bridget.
Yeah, I mean, that is the goal once you are kind of in the lead, like you are with Germany. Like, you need to kind of play extremely far forward and keep that pressure on the opposing team so they can't use that side farm to catch back up. Germany doing a good job. They're controlling this middle area, making sure Greece kind of can't go anywhere but their side of the map, and if they do, they're going to be punished for it. Darkrai using those iframes to get out of those Serena stomps. They are hungry for something, and Polion getting a KO on the Darkrai. That is the kind of momentum Greece is looking for right now. They just need these little picks to start making something happen. Venusaur doing everything they can, but it's going to be Aaron who gets the KO on them with their Unite move. Serena making sure they Unite move it right back, but Ghatlue is there for when they land to get the KO on the Serena. Blissey following suit from those walls from Dodo.
Greece managed to get themselves slightly into this game, but it might not be enough as Daddy Leon is going to cause disruption onto the side of Venusaur, and you're not going home when Dodo X's you out of the portal, and Germany continue with the aggression. Toast getting a little bit weak here, but Gatlue's here for the backup. There was the Sovereign Slide as they do get taken down. A great play by Todoroki, but Gatlue's not going to let them escape here. They dodge over the wall, but it's a difficult mission when you're getting pincered. You steal the citrus berry anyway, Bridget, and you tried to waste a little bit of time from Germany.
Honestly, great little outplay from Toto there. He did what he could. He knew he was going down to Ghatlue eventually, but was able to waste his time, hopefully buying up some time for his team to maybe get some farm, keep the pressure off of them, and also has that vision of where Ghatlue is, or if anyone else from the team comes up there. That is really valuable information to have for Greece right now, because they need all of the information and XP they can get to make wise macro choices to get back in this game.
So, out of 11 Reggie buffs that we've had today, chat, 10 of them have been Reggie steals. That is a ridiculous stat, and I cannot wait to see how we end up at the end of this stream, because I didn't think that was possible, and no wonder these brawls have been non-stop in these games, Bridget.
I know, it's like scaring me. Like, I don't like it. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, Reggie Rock found dead in a bush. Like, did they patch him out? Like, I don't know. We'll find out in the bottom half if Reggie Rock is still with us, I guess. I don't know. I'm worried about him. But we are going to see Germany secure the Ghatlue in the top path, which is going to be barreling toward Greece's home goals. And it looks like Hoopa is going to be there for that defense and has their Unite move if Germany tries to do something crazy like Yamada and try to dunk on their home goal zone. But instead, Reggie Rock, he's back. He's alive. I missed him. He did spawn in that bottom area and was picked up by Germany.
Oh, Ghatlue managing to find a good hit there as well, as Hooper is going to fall right now. Germany, they will not be broken as they find Empoleon. Venusaur is sent back to Nurse Joy. Aaron refuses to be hit in this back line as they find the snipe shots. Arnie trying to hold strong, but they fall as well. Greece have pretty much been wiped as Hooper comes back in, and Germany are going to take the ground on with already a nearly 300-point lead.
Wow, really amazing positioning from Germany there. I did feel like there were some moments from Greece in that fight where they were outputting quite a bit of damage on the members of Blaziken and some of the other players from Germany, but the way Germany was able to kind of like hide out while other members were able to go into those engages, they didn't even lose anyone in that fight. Really great positioning from these Germany team members as they, farm their damage and their KOs for these last 45 seconds.
I mean, they're looking for that Thousand Island dressing on the score. They don't have it just yet, but if they continue to find KOs, that will break it. I mean, knowing that Greece managed to take a game off Germany in the first time that they coincided on Friday, it is a aggressive stance from Germany in this one, Bridget. They were not happy with that, and they want to take this one cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. This double speedster composition where Darkrai is opting in that support role has looked really, really strong so far today. I am not surprised to see it work so well for Germany. I mean, they also have the likes of this Blaziken, Inteleon, and Crustle. I mean, this is just kind of a horrible, in like a good way, comp to have to kind of deal with. I'm sure there are some things that Greece can do to pivot, but there is Germany's 1,000 score line that they were absolutely farming for in the end.
I honestly think you have to entertain the idea of either taking the Blaziken from Ghatlue or banning it, because not only is Blaziken now back in the meta and very much a very strong all-rounder, I mean, it never realistically left, but the buffs have really got it back to the stage that it was anyway. But Ghatlue is a menace on that Pokemon, Bridget, one of their strongest right now, and you've got to do something to at least deal with that.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. The thing about Ghatlue with that 84k damage is he is really proficient on so many of these brawly all-rounders, but I agree with you. Ghatlue was a demon on Blaziken. I mean, the first time Blaziken was meta. This is now maybe the millionth time, but this is a mon that's always kind of been a pocket pick for him specifically, so I agree with you. I think we maybe trade in that Serena or that Empoleon for the likes of that Blaziken. I feel like that play was the first time where I was like, oh, the Greece has made a mistake. This is not okay. But Ghatlue was also, I would say, one of the greatest players in the world. So it's hard to counter someone who knows the game as well as he does.
No, it truly is. I just think when you have a Pokemon that is so capable in the way that Blaziken is, like, it is nearly, like, it's so difficult to take down at the best of times on someone that isn't as good on it as Ghatlue. It's got one of the best secures in the game. It's so difficult to find KOs onto it that no matter what, it's too strong of a Pokemon to give to a player like Ghatlue. And I think Greece really have to think about that. I'm with you. I think maybe consider the Empoleon or the Serena rather. I just think Greece really struggled with that matchup against the Blaziken. I don't think I saw Ghatlue go down once in that game.
Probably not. It's gonna take a while. Oh, he did. He got KO'd by the Empoleon at one point. No? Or did he KO the Empoleon? I don't think he went down. Anyway, I really am impressed by this Germany team. I was kind of expecting them to be monsters, and they have proven just that today with that game one. I do feel like Germany has some opportunity to pivot here, especially with their pick prioritization. I don't feel like the Venusaur was doing for them what they wanted it to do, especially on that petal build. I mean, you need to kind of have at least like an even keel level with the enemy team to play. Obviously, Venusaur is thick for an attacker, but it is still squishy when you're facing these all-rounders who have quite a bit more HP than you. So I think maybe resetting that prioritization could be helpful for Germany as we hop in this game number 2.
So, Greece are going to look for the first pick here. Ban out the Blastoise, Buzzwole, and the Blissey. Germany are going to leave open the Suicune here. They're going to leave open the Zacian. And, of course, they want to look for the Blaziken themselves. Will Greece take it? Let's see.
Yeah, I kind of hope for their sake that they do. They have quite a few options here in this first pick, and they're going to go for that Suicune, which I think is a really solid choice on their end. They won't have the Blissey this time around, so I like going with that Suicune pick. I just don't know if the Hoopa was super beneficial for them because it was getting its portals stopped by those crystals, and they won't have it anyway since Germany has stolen that Hoopa pick from them.
Smart play here by Germany. Does open the door for Greece to find some strong all-rounders for themselves here. You know what the plan is going to be, but you've always got to consider Toast, because whilst they play a lot of speedsters, they can also play some strong all-rounders. In Greece, they do it. They take the Blaziken away from Ghatlue.
Yeah, definitely love this draft line so far from Greece. They also picked up that Snorlax, who I think if you're not having the Crustle, it's time for the Lax. There are no tanks necessarily banned out in this game, so they're all on the table, and Snorlax just can really help out with that early game. Germany going to be picking up the Lucario and the Espeon, who we really haven't seen today thus far, but it did get a little bit of action in yesterday's Spriggles tournament. So I'll be interested to see what the move is here. I'm sure it's to help out with those tanky frontliners that Greece has been picking up already.
Yeah, I think the Psyshock will be really beneficial for Germany, especially with Psybeam as well. It's one of the best secures, in my opinion, because you just do not expect it, and you don't even have to hit the objective. You can just hit the enemy near it, and it will bounce through for that damage. Ghatlue is going to pick up the Zoroark here for Germany. We'll see whether they swap with Toast or stay on it themselves, as Greece have got quite squishy Pokemon, although Todoroki, I will say, Sylveon, not as squishy as you expect it to be. It's got Potion, it's going to be going Mystical Fire, it's got Big Root on as well. I mean, even with Hyper Voice, it's not as squishy as you hope, is it, Bridget?
Yeah, for sure. I do feel like Germany saw that double attacker pick and they were like hovering over every speedster in the game. But ultimately, it looks like we're going to have Ghatlue playing that Zoroark, which I think is an interesting choice out of all the speedsters that were on the table, which was all of them except the Leafeon. So excited to see how he is able to pull it off, especially since they don't have that Comfey, which is kind of the notorious partner of that Zoroark. Obviously, Hoopa can enable it as well. Maybe even implementing Trick. I know Trick is on the table at some points. I'm mostly a Portal believer. It is just such insane utility in any situation, but I can see it going either way. I'm excited to see what Ghatlue is able to do. It's almost like crazy to see a Zoroark without a Comfey. It's like, oh, like you can play it more. I don't know. The only person I know who can play Zoroark without a Comfey is like Trainer. So I'm excited to see the Ghatlue naked without the collar.
Let's see how it works out for them, as Todoroki's going to take the central area for Greece here on the Sylveon, looking for the early power spike. Snorlax is going to go grab some of that aura as well, as they try to keep a mirror on the side of where are Germany coming in. They're expecting an invid, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I am, like, confused / interested in this jungle clear from Greece. It doesn't even look like they're looking at that blue buff just yet. Sylveon wants some smoke, wants the action with this Mystical Fire up in the top path, getting that early gank in. They probably know Zoroark can't necessarily do that with needing that level 5 to really be a real Pokemon, I would say. You don't want to see Zora running up from your jungle. I would not be happy.
No, that's true. I mean, it looks like Gatlue's just going to go straight into the central area of Greece here. They know the call was there that Todoroki was straight into the top lane, so that means one of the buffs is going to be left open, and the pressure from Germany to respond as they take down Todoroki, and Greece has lost all the momentum that they built up with a quick Evo.
I know, and honestly, that Zorak is pretty low in HP in that jungle, but Miraidon and Snorlax were just a bit too late to the party to help out their jungle. Sylveon, who tries, I don't know if the Zorak backed or if they got KO'd. I think they just backed from that central area. Meanwhile, we have Lucario and Hoopa, who is running that portal build on the side of Germany. They are just getting some early dunks in for the squad, just making sure that Greece is not able to hit those level 5 power spikes they need.
Here comes the Regidrago. Germany are going to show face with Ghatlue. Todoroki is here as well. They've got the side shot from Aaron as they look to go for the rip instantly. They do have a Miraidon enhanced charge beam ready to go here, but it's not going to be quick enough as Ghatlue takes the objective, and Germany are going to push into the bottom lane. The boosted is getting ready to find Father Hooper, and that is going to be even more points dunked by Germany.
Yeah, it seems like Greece has kind of abandoned ship in that bot path, knowing that Germany is really dominant and already kind of running away with these levels. Once again, Greece is trying to gather all their forces up in this top path, but Germany follows suit and is able to catch out that Miraidon, gets caught in that crystal wall, but is able to escape. Ghatlue was kind of looking at other members on that team as a fight breaks out over these Swablues. All members of Greece are up in this top path, but Toast gets the KO on that Miraidon, who's getting quite bullied, I'd say, by all of these divers from Germany.
Yeah, they've really worked out how to combat Greece's comp at the moment. I mean, Sylveon is actually a good call against the Zorak because especially if you give it the red aura, the mystical fires, they do slow it down and it can be difficult to get those combos off in that position, but they just haven't had the chance to do anything like that right now as Germany continue with this pressure. Aura cannon is going to come through from Toast. And the thing is, you can't just think about Ghatlue because the rest of the team are cleaning you up as well as Nightfall Days comes through. It's 180 points unanswered so far.
Yeah, it just looks like Greece is trying to stem the bleeding a little bit where they can. They have some resources allocated to that top path to kind of stop that push from happening, but now there's a Regieleki coming at them from the bot side. I do feel like Sylveon was able to get some of the jungle farm from the side of Germany. They're back on their side of the map now with those buffs from enemy jungle. They want to pick up some KOs here, and they do. Suicune KOing that Espeon, who's already level 10. That's huge XP, but Lucario strikes right back with the KO of their own. Toto not able to do much on that Sylveon, just getting caught way too far out, but ultimately does keep 4 members of Germany off of their goal zone. So honestly, I see the vision.
What's difficult here is that the highest level on Greece right now, level 9, is the same level as the Crustle on Germany. Like, they're struggling a little bit here, Bridget. I mean, the level difference is about 2-3 levels, which is massive in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, it is huge. I mean, wow, Germany with 3 level 11s on all of their Carrymons. They are kind of distributing the EXP as perfectly as you would want it, and I mean, Toast just not holding up. They are really in control of the central area. You can see there's 2 up top, 2 in the bottom, and then they have Hoopa hanging out on that bottom portal, able to get their teammates down here in a pinch if needed, which may be the case as we see members of Greece trying to make a push towards this bottom goal zone.
Trying to find some sort of experience with KOs would be a good shout for Greece because there's not a lot of farm on the field, but the rings are going to be let loose here. Roll call comes through as we do see the aura cannon landing as well. Germany do push up all the way to the side of Greece. They do manage to find Toast, but they can't find any more just yet. Bright Future Meteor Storm is used, but the Crystal takes all of it as Germany clean up Greece.
Yeah, I mean, Toto on this Sylveon is putting in so much work, trying to make something happen with this Mystical Fire. I feel like he gets them on just a sliver before they're able to escape. Ghatlue on this Zoroark is in pretty deep, gets a double KO streak. Snorlax tries to knock up that portal, actually gets the KO on Ghatlue with their big Unite move. Toast getting low on XP too. It just feels like these members of Germany are so slippery. The Hoopa resets are coming in clutch, but not a bad exchange on the side of Germany. They've gotten some big KOs.
Yeah, that they do. I mean, Greece have done a decent amount to get themselves back in to these levels, as you were saying, and Lecky is going to be taken here as well. So, absolutely, off the back of that, I mean, they may have lost some of their Pokemon, but they've got themselves back into this game. Points have gone in, not a great deal, but coming down to the final stretch won't make too much of a difference. But more importantly, they have level 11s and a level 13 Sylveon online now.
Yeah, that Sylveon was able to get so much XP from those big KOs. They were able to hunt down. Now looking like Zoroark wants to hunt down their red buff, which he's been doing quite a bit often this game. Toto's done a good job of taking the enemy buffs in response to this. Ghatlue trying to break some ankles, but ultimately does fall after ripping their Unite move at that 3-minute mark. A little late in the game, but you are KO'd. You do get some of that back. Maybe we hold that. I don't know, but who am I? Ghatlue, you're doing great. Maybe you shouldn't. Don't listen to me.
Bro's just aura farming. He knows we're on the stream. He's just aura farming with that Unite
Fair
move.
enough.
Another Registeel here as well, Bridget, as it looks like it was going to be taken by Grease, but they're going to steal it on the side of Toast, and they find a double KO streak off the back of Dodo as well.
Really good patience from Germany. I'm sure there was a call to stop hitting it, so that when Blaziken had to unleash their big Blaze Kick, it was just on a sliver, and the Lucario was ready with their pup to get that secure. Now it looks like Toast is going for this back cap. Ghatlue kind of in position to do the same. Germany only has 3 members of their team in this pit, but they're doing a great job stalling as Greece is looking to kind of get this guy off the board, but there is that Hoopa Unite move bringing in the rest of the team.
Ooh, the Bright Future Meteor Storm was so huge, though. It landed on the Groudon, but it was just not enough. I think they did get the buff. The Groudon taken by Greece as they rein in Hundo Burgers. They get 2 through, but with 1:30 left, they have taken out 4 of the side of Germany. They're slowly coming back, but I think those scores that Ghatlue managed to score alongside Dodo in the top lane, that might be enough here to keep them in this game.
Yeah, I liked that macro play on the side of Germany. Obviously, they were enabled to do that by Hoopa having that big Unite move. Germany's still in the lead, which they will find out here shortly. But honestly, Greece has a lot of these Groudon buffs still, and they can definitely make a push here for this goal zone. It's going to be difficult with Hoopa able to port their team to either side that they need. And obviously, Greece needs to win these fights. They can't just run up and dunk. Suicune going to be the first to engage.
Being very cautious here. We do see some rotations from Greece looking to see if they can go to different goals, but they're going to push this. Psychic Solaire here buying a little bit of space for Germany. A huge block comes through as Zoroark is taken down. Not having Ghatlue here is going to be huge as Germany continue to put up the fight. The rings are let loose. Aura Cannon's going to come on through, and they're finding the KOs here. It's going to be Greece falling one by one. Crystal dives in. Dodo is still on their feet as the Bright Future Meteor Storm doesn't do enough, and Germany holds strong to take a 2-0 record against Greece.
Wow, Toast just really trying to clean up shop there. I got a little scared when I saw Ghatlue get KO'd so fast. It seemed like Greece had the advantage, but Germany is standing on that goal zone. It was a really, really stressful fight. I thought Greece maybe could have clutched it up. They were so close. Honestly, they KO'd so many members of Germany in that Groudon pit. I'm not surprised this has gone to a game 3 in the past because Greece has a lot of fight in them. They honestly know what they're doing. They saw the vision, but I just think Toast on that Lucario had a stellar game, and you can see it with those 9 KOs and the highest damage in this game.
Yeah, it was very impressive. I gotta say, I feel like, I mean, first game, Germany dominated. Greece in this one really threw themselves back at Germany, and that was becoming to be a little bit tough for them. They had to put up a huge defense, and it kind of proves more of what we've already seen today. They may have been 2-0 records for most of these games today, Bridget, but a lot of them have been very close and could have gone either way.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised none of these have been a game 3, especially with how a lot of these game 2s have gone. I feel like for the most part it's been like dominant game 1s, and then the team on the back foot makes it so painfully close, but the winning team just like kind of inching it out a little bit. Here we kind of see Germany's wreckage on this first half of the game. I mean, they really played this Hoopa super well. Greece did have some means of disrupting those portals in the Snorlax, which he was able to do pretty well. Shout out Greece's Snorlax player. Excuse me, I think he had some really good maneuvers for their team, but man, Ghatlue was just so annoying on the Zoroark, especially in this early game. But here we see that big slam from the Snorlax getting the KO ultimately, and this was kind of where the tide was shifting a bit in favor of Greece. They were able to pick up some big KOs. This is when their Sylveon hit 13. This was a little unfortunate though for Greece. Like I said, Toast is just kind of feels like he was on another level on that Lucario this game.
Yeah, man locked in for this game, that's for sure. As that was a great effort as well, but right on with the Bright Future Media Storm, because everybody's fighting in that den. That does a decent amount of splash damage, and they find it with the big one in that final hit. But this defense by Germany was absolutely on point. They were trying to bait in some of those moves and get those cooldowns out, with the effort coming out from Aaron. Getting the push from Suicune early meant that was on cooldown, and the rest of you could jump in and find those picks, Bridget. It was a brilliant response from Germany.
I know. I really want to give Germany their flowers. I'm sure like this is an extremely difficult matchup, and they played, I feel like, to their strengths extremely well. I keep saying it, but it's like I do see the win con. Like you always have a win con, and I could see like what they were trying to do. I mean, they secured that Groudon. If this was a Rayquaza, we may be seeing a game 3, but the Groudon just makes it so much more difficult to get those late game points in, especially if the team is already like reset and can fight you on that goal zone.
Definitely. All right, chat. That's 3 sets out of the way. 3 fantastic sets, by the way. But we've got one more to bring you. We're going to head to a quick break before we see the last one. Grab yourself a drink and a snack yet again. We'll be back very soon. Hello, trainers! We're finally back. We do exist. We didn't run away. Apologies for the long break. We had to get things set up and ready to go. These teams have been fighting so quick, Bridget, that it's been going by very quickly tonight.
Yeah, 3-2-0s so far for us in all of these quarterfinal games. So yeah, we have been flying through this bracket so far, so we had to get all these last team members wrangled up for our final game of the day in Sweden versus Switzerland.
Yeah, and let's get the teams up so we can have a nosy at them. This is going to be an exciting one. Sweden have been very strong in this tournament so far. They defeated Italy 2-1 and almost defeated France in the groups, by the way. So such a strong team here. We have Cherry King, Ghatlue, Gunnar, Stazerg, Zante, and the incredible Zika here for Sweden.
Yes, a great roster. I'm a big Zante fan, so excited to see them in this matchup today as well. But Switzerland, a great team in their own right. I already know I'm going to be mixing up these two names, so please, I'm just getting ahead of it. I know it's going to happen, but excited to see some of these kind of lesser-known players to me on the Sweden side. I feel like I recognize a lot of these names, and it really hasn't been that long of an off-season, but from like non-Worlds teams, it has felt like forever since I've seen some of these EU players in action, so excited to see what they've been cooking up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players have already played together throughout the season as well, so this is a very strong team. Let's have a nosy at Switzerland, though, because they are the defending champs for a reason. Okay, we don't have anything for Switzerland, but they're incredible, and you will see them in this game, chat. Nevertheless, we got to glaze Sweden a little bit, and rightly so, because, boy, they have been so impressive here in the UEC, and this is what I love, Bridget. Whenever we come into this, you have the teams that have won it before that everyone keeps their eyes on. Germany, everyone always keeps their eyes on because it's Ghatlue, and he's absolutely incredible. But teams like this coming in and just dominating wherever they can, nearly taking down previous champs, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's gonna be an exciting one. Obviously, like you said, Switzerland is our reigning UEC champions, so Sweden has a tall order for them in this matchup. So excited to see what this roster is able to do. Sweden is by no means a weak lineup, as we just saw. I know some of the Swiss players, like Snow, is a really, really strong attacker player. I imagine they're still playing attacker, as I said, been a while for me, but really excited to see this former championship region in action. I know we've had some really close sets so far of the day, and I have a feeling this will be no different.
Yeah, I think this could end up being the most hyped one. Yeah, a lot of these players went to UCS. They competed. I mean, you've just called Snow, like, they competed at Worlds. Some fantastic players here on both of these squads. Cherry King has been a highlight of a ranged attacker here for a while in the EU region. Has been doing so well in this off-season. Same with Ghatlue Gunnar. This is going to be the most heated one yet. And you know what? It's very hard to predict, Bridget. Both of these teams are so incredibly good. I don't know how anyone can predict this.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one for sure. We are just hopping into this draft screen now, getting a look at the players that will be on the field today. It feels weird to call Thea Sky Runes a field, but it's field-like, I think.
This is the same winning roster for Switzerland, by the way.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. We've got Volto, Skull, Dragonvale, Snow, and Yuno here on their side as they ban out the Blissey and the Suiku, not leaving it down to Sweden to handle that.
Yeah, I think those are all extremely valid. We have seen those Mons slip through before. They definitely don't have 100% win rate, but man, are they annoying to deal with and play around. Sweden going for some more obscure picks, I would say, in their bans of that Talonflame and Serena, which is a bit of a head scratcher to me, but the Miraidon on the side of Switzerland makes sense.
Yeah, it really does. I feel like this is both teams recognizing who they're up against and having to throw a little bit of these target bans, maybe considering what they want to do with a comp and try and take out those Pokemon. Switzerland with the first pick here, Bridget. They're going to pick up the Hooper. Completely viable. We've already talked about how that maneuverability you get from that Pokemon is literally game-breaking, but also pairs well with that Trick Phantom Force.
Yeah, absolutely. A pretty flexible Mon in terms of support, but always puts out a ton of damage and early game pressure, as well as being able to unite move in their entire team when needed. Sweden gonna grab that Buzzwole, which has been such a demon today, and honestly throughout Buzzwole's whole career, and that Snorlax, kind of the old reliable at this point.
Such a great combo. What are Switzerland gonna do? We haven't seen any Alolan Raichu in these games, which is so surprising, Bridget. But Volto's gonna get their tried and tested Zacian on the field, pairing that with the Raichu as Sweden respond in kind. Zante has the strong Mew on their side, and Ghatlue Gunnar with the Eldegoss gives that Buzzwole exactly what they're looking for in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Eldegoss pop off quite a bit. It's been a popular choice. We are in Europe. I have to keep remembering that. You guys love that Eldegoss, and it's recently buffed. It's in a great spot, but wow, Switzerland with these last two picks going with the Meowscarada and a Ho-Oh, which I think is really interesting.
I wasn't expecting the Ho-Oh. The Masquerada maybe slightly, because it has been played in most recent tournaments with pretty good effect in here in EU. Surprisingly so. The Ho-Oh we just do not see anymore. So a really interesting strategy here from Switzerland, going for the Rainbow comp. Zika has pulled out I expect it to be a Cypher, but I have seen plenty of Zika's TikToks, by the way. Very great player. Cannot wait to see how Sweden do with this one.
Yeah, I would say Sweden has a more standard comp for the most part, but that Scyther pick is definitely super fun. I mean, I am a big Scyther believer. It's incredibly hard to maneuver, but man, once you kind of unlock that part of your brain, I certainly haven't done that, but I love watching players who have, and I think that's a great answer to that Meowscarada. As I was kind of saying earlier, I just feel like you almost need to match a Speedster for Speedster, and so I like that. I believe Sweden was on that side, picks that up.
Yeah, this is a hotly contested matchup as we expected it to be. It's going to be electric, pretty much basically because we have a lot of electric Pokemon on the field. But here we go. Switzerland are taking your purple side. Sweden here on your orange side.
Yes, I cannot wait. Honestly, we've are getting some Mons we've been seeing a lot of today, and that Eldegoss, the Snorlax, the Buzzwole, even that Zacian and Hoopa have been coming up quite a bit, but we have some pretty unique picks on both teams so far today, so excited to see what these Mons can do as that little Sprigatito is getting their stacks in for the side of Switzerland. Ho-Oh trying to do the best defense they can. Honestly, outputting a lot of damage onto Zante on that Mew, but they do have that boosted auto and Electro Ball to fight back with.
Straight onto the Florigato here by Snow after getting a couple of stacks in is huge for their team, but they don't know that Zika is there and they've got the dual wing beat. Goodbye, Florigato, as Skull goes on the retreat knowing that Cypher is here and Zika wants to take them down.
Great positioning from Zika on that Scyther, making sure they get that early game advantage and following that Alolan Raichu right up to that top path where Skull was pivoting away to, looking for more fights up here. We do see that Electro Ball come out from Skull. We are getting that big bursty damage build. Zacian getting a KO on the Buzzwole.
This is as contested as we thought the early game would be. A lot of this farm in the bottom lane is not going to be easy to take with Snorlax being here. Chari's going to back up to the pad. Snow trying their best to get to that Masquerada stage, but they're limiting it in this bottom lane. It's working for Sweden.
Yeah, not quite enough damage coming out from that middle evolution of that Florgato. Zacian does not have that problem, is outputting quite a bit onto this Buzzwall, which we've seen Buzzwalls go pretty uncontested, pretty dominant in this top lane all day. It finally seems like the Zacian is able to match it tit for toe. It does have that level lead so far, but Scyther doing a great job hiding out in these bushes. Hoopa able to escape with that portal as the Drago is ripped away by Switzerland.
It's pretty good. They need it. They want more levels, trying to see if they can get Masquerada on quickly because Zika's doing so well. They've hit level 7, but they do have to back up here as Volto looks to cut them down. Back to the pad goes Sweden on the defense at the moment. Switzerland looking to prepare this top lane for their own demolition. 720s about to come on in. Sweden holding strong.
Yeah, honestly, pretty well matched right now. Sweden does have that slight point lead. Their Scyther is able to bob and weave out of here. No major level advantages on either side as we're almost at the 7-minute mark. We were able to see those countdown timers on these Regis. I believe the Regi Aleki is going to be spawning in the spot path. Just kidding. I'm a liar. I thought I saw the yellow. It's fine. There's a Regis. He's here. In the spot path.
You know what? It was going to be a Regieleki. It just morphed at the final second. They did you in. I feel you. I feel you, Bridget.
You.
But anyway, Sweden are looking to see if they can sneak it away. There goes the Ho-Ho, causing that disruption. But it's Zika from the flank, looking to find it. Snorlax is going to heavy slam on top, finds the Regis as Ho-Ho falls once again. Sweden really bouncing into this early game with strong pressure.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Zika's Scyther so far, able to kind of flank and farm out that Raichu. It just feels like he is on a hunt for the electric surfing mouse, and caught out kind of in a bad place. Wanted to get those middle birds before Sweden kited up for them, but just did not see them getting there that quickly. Sweden making a move on this tier 1 in the top path as well, getting a big 30 dunk in. They have quite the level lead, but man, this Scyther just can't stop racking up these KOs. Zacian able to get one on the Buzzwall back, making them back up a little bit.
Yeah, Switzerland looking for the bounce back here. So Ho-Ho's going to use that fire spin, try and see if they can stop the damage coming to their team right now. They do have their level 9s online. Still looking for the Hooper Unite move, but they're prepared for this next team fight. Need to score a little bit more points as the 40 goes on in here. Going to be able to get away on that Masquerada. There's the Thunderstorm Aerial landing on down. The Green Illusion dive comes out. They find the Raichu. How is Zika still standing? Volto was looking for the KO. Sweden with a huge defense on that pad.
Man, this Raichu has just not really been able to output the big amounts of damage that it really is capable of doing. And once the Raichu is down, it's just so much more difficult for these frontliners, defenders, and tanks on the side of Switzerland to get the KOs needed to get these dunks off. It's just enabling Sweden to keep this point lead. They have both of their tier 1 Golzens up and in action, and they're doing an amazing job monitoring this middle area and making sure that Switzerland can't make a big push.
Trying to really hold them strong here. Trying to see if they can find a pick on the Ho-Ho. There's a power nap coming out from Snorlax. It's going to cause a little bit of disruption, but Switzerland holds strong. They managed to get away. Sweden trying to see if they can hunt them down here. Going on to that T1 pad. Raichu ends up with them being surrounded by Sweden. Volto trying to hold strong. There's a rekindling flame. Bringing back the Raichu. Sovereign Sword prepared to let loose. Thunderstorm Aerial finally does go down. Mystical Mirage is going to keep Sweden in the fight though. Zante protects with all that damage. A 2 KO streak comes from Snow, and Sweden finally have to retreat.
Amazing Unite move from that Hoopa, able to get their Masquerada up in this top path, which they desperately needed, but not for long as Zika is back in action. Level 13 3 KO streak for this Scyther. They are dual wing beating all over this map. This Aleki barreling towards the tier 1. Huge overcap for Sweden. 240 to 69 so far in this game.
Switzerland doing the right thing. They're going to try and grab their central area farm here. Zone out Sharikin, but he steals the blue buff anyway. That's a little bit cheeky as they rotate down to the bottom lane. Reggie. They're going to get the Reggie Drago uncontested as well, Bridget. Sweden have got everything going for them in this game so far as Switzerland look to see if they can take this Regice away. Zika's coming on in, ready to go. They're level 14 here with a 3-minute mark, but Switzerland have got some good zoning through. Beam is going to connect. Regice is going to be taken by the Masquerada, and now they want to see if they can push this T1 pad. There goes the flowers. They don't find much with it though as Snow falls to Zika. Switzerland maybe throwing a little bit too much on this push here, Bridget.
Yeah, they wanted it so bad. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to gain some momentum as we go into this Groudon fight, but Switzerland looking like they either needed to back up, get KO'd, unfortunately. They did try, they made an effort. The levels aren't horrible other than that Scyther. They really need to catch him out to get him out of this equation because it just feels like as long as they are on this map, it is impossible for Switzerland to gain an advantage.
And, you know, for a new player, Zika, he's a new player in the past year, been playing in in-houses, as production told us. How impressive has this Cypher been in this game, Bridget? But I'll let you know once we get this Groudon in the field, because we feel like it's going to explode here as Sweden get ready to go aggressive. Switzerland here, the ball is in their court. They have to do something.
Yeah, they know that they are at the disadvantage right now. Ho-Oh gets caught out by that block during their Sky attack, is able to kind of break away a little bit of damage in on them and that Raichu. Man, this Snorlax Chari is doing an amazing job catching this Ho-Oh. Gets KO'd by that Scyther. Sweden now has the advantage in this 5v4. They are looking to close this game out, poking with that Mew Solar Beam, and not much able to happen beside this. Snorlax trying to get that big slam out to stop the portal resets, but to no avail. A lot of poking and prodding so far.
Yeah, and Sweden are in the lead, so they're very happy with what's currently going through. The trick is going to come through from the side of the Masquerada with that double team. Doesn't work just yet. Now Ho-Oh trying to see if they can find some disruption on Zika, but Buzzwole ain't going to let that happen as Sweden find the big hit. They don't even need to take this Groudon. We've got 50 seconds left. Switzerland realistically have to be looking for some caps here. Thunderstorm Aerial will come through, but it's going to be a combo of Zika and the Eldegoss that finds the hits. Volto trying to take Zika here. The rings are let loose, and that's enough to pull them away from their attention, but there goes the dual wing beat. The combo is going to come through as they take down Zika, but Sweden are a team to behold as they go score more points.
Volto and Snow honestly pulling off an amazing maneuver, getting that Scyther out of the picture, but the rest of Sweden was able to get their dunks off. There's only 20 seconds left. This Groudon is being ripped. Snow on the Masquerada with the secure, but they're down by almost 300 points. They have to get these dunks in if they want a chance, and there's one, but I don't know if we can get any more in these 5 seconds.
That might be the most important block in the game so far. The serve comes through. They get a 44 dunk in. There's another 100. Is it enough?
Close. I think it was like almost 300 points, and they got like 240. This is too much math.
Oh,
too much math.
Too much math for Sweden. Take game 1 against the reigning champions here in the UEC.
Wow, and Switzerland definitely showed us why to never count them out. It came down to the last second, and I really feel like Switzerland hung in there. They did not give up at any point in this matchup, but man, huge shout out to Chari on that Snorlax, as you called out. Those blocks were brutal all throughout the game, but especially in that defense in the last 5 seconds. It was crazy.
Oh, I mean, it's exactly what we expect, isn't it? Zika here as well, 94k damage, 37% coming through there with some brilliant executes with the dual wing beat. But that honestly was a team effort. We saw the amount of pressure Switzerland put onto Zika to find them in that final few moments. Chari and Gunnar with a brilliant response, going to go score some points as well. That's the team effort that Sweden pulled through on.
Yeah, it was a really impressive macro in that Groudon fight. I totally understand why they were like, Zika's good. You can just kind of like toy with them while we go get these big dunks off. We don't need this Groudon. Obviously, we're already in the lead, but they covered themselves by getting those crucial dunks off, which, yeah, every point really mattered in this game. This is why you have to optimally break those goal zones even in the early game, because, yeah, this is like an 80-point difference. It was extremely close in the end there. So very, very impressed by how both these teams maneuvered, especially in those last 2 minutes.
Now, I don't know how Switzerland respond to this, but there is a reason they are the reigning champs so far. It's such a strong team. This is the team that won last year, and it won't be the first time they've had adversity here in the UEC. Now, I don't know how they change their comps up. They're going to have to do, but when you have a player like Zika that is kind of new to it, they've been playing in in-houses for the past year, very good player that we've seen, you don't really know what Pokemon to try and target on the side of a player like that, do you?
Yeah, definitely a bit of an unknown variable. Definitely not a player who was on my radar coming into this, but it absolutely is. And I do want to shout out the rest of the Sweden team. You have to play around a speedster in order to enable it so much. And I just feel like, especially, I believe Zante on that Mew, just really able to follow up with whatever Zika was trying to do on that Scyther. It was really, really impressive, and definitely reflects in both of their damage numbers. I feel like Buzzwole was much more of a hindrance kind of guy this game, just knocking around everyone. And I just feel so bad for that Alolan Raichu Skull. He just really was getting bullied this entire game. And with the support and tank picks that they had, they didn't really have a good Mon to kind of like protect them necessarily, with that Ho-Oh always kind of diving in, and Hoopa just kind of, it's not too much of an immediate support in that way. You have to kind of like wait for the portal or wait for the disruption. So I do see the pivots that Sweden may be able to make in this game number 2, but boy, oh boy, they definitely didn't do bad. That was stressful.
Yeah, I mean, in true fashion, Switzerland really taking it down to the final few seconds there. And if it wasn't for a huge block and surf coming out of Chari and Zante, Switzerland would have scored enough points and likely would have been able to take that first game. So, again, another team truly proving here, Bridget, that you are never out of this game.
Oh, for sure. I just feel like, especially with this Groudon, I mean, it is so much more difficult to take advantage of that buff. It's obviously different than the shield that we had previously with the Rayquaza. I mean, it makes these like last second pushes like so much more intense and much more of a toss-up. You can't just kind of head empty sprint, which I kind of forget and do sometimes still. So it's hard. It makes the macro much more interesting.
It does. I'm the same. I'm still doing the exact same thing on my Absol as we get ready for this game to ban phase. Let's see Sweden here on that first pick side getting ready with their bans.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see Talonflame as a no-go from the side of Sweden. Switzerland looking to opt out of that Suicune. All solid choices, I think, thus far, but we'll be interested to see if they have any pivots. It seems like Sweden is going with the same ones from the previous game. I don't think I'm seeing anything too different thus far.
No, so Switzerland has taken the Darkrai ban that Sweden pulled out previously, so they're going to go with the Zacian here instead. It's so interesting that Switzerland ban out the Suicune first. Like, you never know what the other team might do that, and it might open up another ban for you, but they were like, you know what, we're not messing around, let's just take it out.
Yeah, which I totally respect. It looks like they're gonna ban out that Mew, a little nod to Azante, who is really, really amazing on that little guy. It can just be such a difference maker. Sweden with the first pick, putting the respect on that Buzzwole, which has been just a terror all day.
Yeah, they were comfortable with that. So much disruption onto the side of Switzerland off the back of that. Yuno's going to get access to the Blissey here instead, having used the Hooper previously. They're not fancying that this time. Looks like Snorlax is going to be the main pick, taking it away from Cherry King. And you know what? With those blocks we were seeing, I think that's valid.
Yeah, absolutely devastating catches from Chari. I'm excited to see what they can do on a different tank. I mean, Blissey is like the natural counter to that Buzzwole pick if they do go for Safeguard, which, depending on how the comp plays out, may be the pick of choice for Switzerland to really shut down that Mon. But finally, we're gonna see the Clefable come out. EU proving me wrong and finally putting the Eldegoss to rest and busting out this Clefable, which a lot of other regions have been honestly even banning out. Like, that is how much of a threat some teams see this Clefable right now. So excited to see it in action.
It only took 4 sets for them to finally go for that plan here. Volto picks up the Garchomp. I think this Clefable's shining up to be an even better pick, seeing these that Switzerland are bringing on in. Zante's on the Inteleon Zika. Oh, but he's going to bring out that tried and tested Zoroark. The EU region, I tell you, anytime they want to lock in a win here, it's just go Zoroark.
Yeah, definitely been seeing it favored here today. Definitely not surprised to see Zika on another speedster pick, and Skull once again opting for that Alolan Raichu, which I feel like just had such a tough time into this comp, but maybe we have learned enough. We were at least able to ban out the Mew this time around, which may have been, it's always interesting to me to see what the players kind of view as like the annoying Mon versus like us as like the viewer, spectator, caster type role. So maybe Skull was pretty confident that like, yo, if that Mew is not here, like, I'm good. So excited to see it in action, and Snow going for the different grass cat in Leafeon, which we've seen have a much better day. So excited to see what they're able to do with that Mon.
Yeah, I think Snow is such an impressive central area Pokemon player. I mean, we see them picked up quite strongly. They've played for Gen 5. They played where Utah was in that role, and then they rotated into Tank Tao. And I think Snow did very impressive in that position. So definitely on a very comfortable Pokemon here, which they're going to need to do, because it seems like Zika's got these speedsters locked down for Sweden. And then you pair that with Cherry King, that has been putting in incredible shows on this defender, catching out the opposition. You really have to work hard as we kick this one off, Bridget. Can Sweden defeat the previous champions in this game, or will Switzerland fight back?
I am stoked to see how this game 2 turns out. We've seen some solid pivots from both teams, so excited to see what these players can do on these different Mons, especially Chari with this Crustle. Obviously, it is no Snorlax, but we have seen Crustle make some huge plays, so I am expecting that out of them as they assist their little Sobble in this early lane phase. Meanwhile, Snow looking to make an early gank in this top path with that red buff equipped, looking to be a problem since Zoroark is in that center area for Sweden and has to take a little more time in that jungle.
Yeah, I think this combo here is huge, especially if Yuno manages to get their evolution onto Blissey early enough. That is a triple combo that you do not want to come up against, as Zika is going to show some attention down to this bottom lane, knowing that the Pikachu is down here at the moment. Now on that Raichu stage, 850s coming in here, Bridget. Looks like Switzerland are going to take the most of this. Blissey online, bringing the damage to Buzzwole.
Yeah, in that 3v2, it is just a little too difficult for Buzz and Clef to fight them off, especially with those crucial evolutions. Those level 5 iframes, level 4 iframes can be so annoying to deal with, and the power spike, especially when you're a Clefable versus a big bad Blissey can feel not possible. So I understand that respect to back off. I thought it was pretty interesting that Sweden's Zoroark opted for the opposite lane. They saw Leafeon come up in, kind of having 2v3s on each side in each path, and we can kind of see that reflected in the score being super close already.
Yeah, this is crazy. Regidrago's coming on in. Looks like both central area Pokemon were going to show phase to it, but instead Leafeon's going to wait for the rotation from the top lane and see if they can find a trap. Lets them walk past. Now they're going to go score points. Switzerland giving up the objective so that they can actually get a score lead here. Maybe not feeling like they can out-secure what Sweden was bringing.
Yeah, I actually don't mind this play at all. It gives Switzerland a lot more of those points. I'm imagining some of those mons are stacking up there, so might as well give it away for free. But man, Raichu gets KO'd by that Zoroark. I did notice they're running the Psychic build this time around, so a bit more mobility, a little bit quicker, I feel like, to deal with this speedy guy. You're not as much of a sitting duck as I feel like you are with that electric build. So I like this pivot from Switzerland, but it is definitely going to be a challenge to keep away from Zika.
Another Registeel on the field, as is expected here in today's games. The snipe shot's going to come on through. Some good zoning comes out with King here, trying to do the same on the side of Snorlax, but that Inteleon is just going to cut through your HP pool as Skull tries to escape, but Chari says no. Sweden locks in the KOs and the Registeel.
Yeah, they just fell one by one to this powerhouse that Sweden is showing. They get that level lead. They break that tier 1, but Switzerland not out of this at all. Snow with the big Unite move from that Leafeon is hungry for these KOs. Chari says, ain't no way, not today. I heard that Clefable Unite move go off the fly is going to be in action. The eject away from Skull. He does not want that Clefable smoke, and I get it.
It's one of the scariest things to see in this game as they do manage to escape. Volto has managed to get a little bit of food here, hitting that level 10. Walks into King though with the X-Scissor. They're going to be able to just get away, getting some good healing from at the moment. And Inteleon goes to the bottom lane, finding the space here for Switzerland.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a much tighter race, I feel like, so far in this early game. Each team has been able to break one goal zone. These levels are looking pretty even now, especially with Garchomp getting so big for Switzerland. They are hungry for this goal zone up in the top path. They know that they don't have that jump pad just yet, but Leafeon backing up a little bit. Switzerland has pushed pretty far forward, trying to get information, maybe trying to get a pick, wanting to catch someone out. These Unite moves are popping up for both teams right now, but a lot of posturing, a lot of getting information so far.
So much patience here in this mid game. I was not expecting with how much they've been brawling, but it is just waiting for these objectives to come in. Chari may have been spotted here as the damage is going to rain through. The eject button is there, but that's what a Rubble Rouser is there to do. Nightfall Daze comes through. Thunderstorm Aerial on the pavement here is a misplay at the moment as they were looking to get it onto a target. Couldn't do so, and now the Reggie is in. Leafeon finds Zika right now. Switzerland have the advantage despite what they just witnessed, as their Spy Vision will come through. Skull does manage to find the secure on the Regice, and Volto gets through with the Livid Outrage, looking for the KOs. Clefable falls. It's all down to King to hold strong here, as Zika looks to dive on through. Bliss Assistance will come through as well. Keep Zika on the feet though at the moment, but Switzerland with a brilliant breach on the bottom lane.
Huge momentum swing from Switzerland. Wow, they just dominated that bot lane fight, and they want more. They're trying to take a fight in the central area. They want this farm, but I think Sweden is a little upset about how things are going thus far. They're not letting them escape so easily, getting the KO on the Garchomp. Snorlax joining them in that Pokemon Center. Blissey caught out in a bad way, able to escape, but this Drago is going to go to Sweden.
So, Switzerland at the moment, they have the point lead. Another 40 dunk comes in here. Sweden trying to respond by pushing this T1 goal with their own points. They won't be able to get them in just yet. Thunderstorm Aerial goes down yet again as the rip on the Regieleki comes through from Sweden. Switzerland trying to see if they can steal it. There's the Ultra Swole Slam. Going to be able to find Volto. They do take out that Garchomp. Emerald two-step by Snow. Doesn't connect on anything as they do finally find the KO onto the side of Chari King. Inteleon getting the revenge as Snow falls here as well. And it is a constant back and forth as Wonder Wish is going to be used. Gnar looking to use the block to allow this to be taken. Zika gets the boosted off, but the reset was a bit too early and it's going to be taken by Gal the Gunnar. No, in fact, it was taken by Switzerland with the advantage.
I love seeing that big Blissey smack an objective, getting it for Switzerland, getting it done. If no one else is going to secure it, is there for their team. Switzerland looking like a whole different country this game. I mean, they are hungry for this win. They want to defend their title this year. Snow has been incredible on this Leafeon as well.
Regirock will be taken. I think that's only the second one we've seen today or something ridiculous like that as we're about to have Groudon on the field. Yeah, Switzerland have really shaken things up here in this second game. Is so weak though as the Groudon's just coming. Oh, they whiffed a little bit on that snipe shot and they stay on their adorable blobby feet as Switzerland get prepared to take this fight. Sweden backing up a little bit here, Bridget.
Honestly, so lucky of that Blissey to not get KO'd there so close to this Groudon fight. It does look like Sweeton is poking the bear in that Groudon. This Snorlax and Crustle have just been gunning for each other, but it looks like the Buzzwole actually gets caught out from Sweden, doesn't get their Unite move off, and Unite moves are going off everywhere from both teams.
There's the Thunderstorm Aerial again. Oh, the snipe shots paired with Chari King's X-Scissors. Zika finds the KOs as well, despite the fact that Starzerg was found early enough. Sweden have fought well back into this. Switzerland now, Volto diving on into the pit, trying to see what they can find on the back of this Garchomp, but Chari King is going to lock them out. There goes the Emerald two-step. It's going to be taken by Switzerland, Bridget. Switzerland find the KOs on Sweden. Switzerland ace Sweden. They're going to take game 2, and we will go to a game 3.
Snow has been crucial on this Leafeon. I cannot stress it enough how game-changing this has been with Leafeon in his hands. I mean, 3 KO streak, gets the Groudon, just securing this game for their team. It is so impressive what they are able to do with this Mon, and it's looking like we are finally going to have a game 3 today.
Bro, my throat is beginning to hurt. These teams,
I'm like yelling a lot this game.
They are bringing the fire. I feel for my neighbors. I'm glad it's not too late here in the EU region at the moment because, oh my God, what a way for Switzerland to respond here in game 2. By the way, we're just checking. Sweden finished the worst team last year. They literally ended up coming 13th place. And look at them now, Bridget.
Oh my, I would never have guessed that at all. They are playing so phenomenally today. It has been a joy to watch them play. I mean, major shout outs to Chari and Gunnar, this support tank duo on the side of Sweden, getting a lot of action, but man, so I could just feel how much Switzerland wanted this win through the screen. You could just tell they were on a mission and they were able to deliver. Every single member of their team looked incredible. I loved this pivot from Skull on that Alolan Raichu, but man, Zante getting the damage leads on that Inteleon. He really didn't miss many snipe shots, except that one on that Blissey, man. That would have been, I think, very clutch, and he was a centimeter off, actually crazy.
that was so insane. The squad, by the way, for Sweden is literally the same, except obviously we now have Zika instead of Kid Tans. Sweden now literally
Hands was the problem. That makes sense. I'm just kidding.
Don't shout us out on Twitter, chat. But no, I mean, what a way to respond, because Switzerland are the reigning champions. They've proved it in this game why they are, because Sweden were bringing it heavy to them, but they managed to keep themselves in this and take us to a game 3.
Yeah, I am actually so stoked we get to see these teams go at it one more time. I mean, what a game 2. We've had a lot of phenomenal game 2s this day. I was going to say evening. It's daytime for me. It's evening for you. It's ambiguous, but I just love being able to see a team like hold it together and bounce back the way Switzerland has been able to do. I can just feel the fire of them wanting to defend this title that they earned super well last year and are wanting to prove they deserve it again this year. But yeah, I am stoked for a game 3 from them.
The thing is, when I think about where the European Cup is going to go, one of these teams is going to have to play against the likes of France that we've seen be absolutely dominating here. The other likes of Germany. This is going to be so exciting as we see this Groudon fight take shape. It really was a back and forth, but again, Cherry King cannot be stated enough with their brilliant defender play here, Bridget.
Yeah, I am super impressed with them. I feel like they've put in work on the Snorlax and they put in an equal amount of work on that Crustle. So gonna be excited to see if they have a preference between the two, how the teams prioritize not only their tank picks, but everything else for this final game. For all of the marbles, we do not have a lower bracket. So once a team is out, they are gone for the remainder of this tournament. So this is for all of the marbles, truly.
Which is crazy to think that one of these teams after this game will no longer be in the European Cup. Is just bizarre to think about. That is why this is such a hotly contested championship, and it's just incredibly exciting because France, Spain, Germany, you know they are watching this game closely.
Yeah, I mean, it is some grade A Pokemon Unite happening on our screens today. Switzerland banning out that Blissey. It was a pretty, Blissey's always brutal to play against, but I feel like it has just been a monster as of late. Sweden sticking true with their typical bans, that Talon, Serena. Switzerland gonna keep that Mew out of the picture. And man, they are target banning Zante pretty hard by not only banning out his Mew, but the Inteleon as well.
The respect, the might that you must feel when you know they have to ban out 2 of your Pokemon because of what you've been doing is just, it's insane. As Skull is going to lock in the Darkrai as the first pick for Switzerland here. Doesn't yet have any support items on it, so it looks like it's currently going damage. We'll keep an eye on that as Sweden. Let's see their game plan here. Cherry King looking to take the Snorlax. Kalma Gunner looking to take the Suicune.
Ooh, that is a pretty nasty tank support core for Sweden. I mean, we've seen Chari pop off on the Snorlax, and Suicune has been one of the ban of choices for this entire tournament, and every time it's been allowed through, we're seeing why that teams just really hate to play against it. So I'm sure Gunner is gonna put it to work in this game 3.
And of course, as expected, when the Snorlax is taken or vice versa, you go for the Crustle here, and that's what Switzerland are going to do. But the hotly contested Buzzwole is going to be taken by Volto, while Sweden look to range out their range attack here. Will it be? No, Zante gets the Miraidon, and that is the issue with Zante here, Bridget. It doesn't matter if you ban the Mew or the Inteleon, there's always a ranged attacker that they can pull out.
Yeah, absolutely. I do definitely see the value in kind of forcing them off something they haven't been playing, at least the past 2 matches. I'm not sure how often they're playing them. I'm not checking their APIs. That's not me. That's a little too sweaty. I leave that to Zoinks. He's the one looking at all of that.
Hey.
So it's at least not what they have been playing. So I like the strategy of forcing them off something, or the comfort picks they have been choosing. We are going to see the Blastoise as well for Sweden, and Switzerland rounding it out with Venu and that Eldegoss that you loves very much. Sorry, Clef.
No speedster pick up by Sweden here. Zika's going to bring out the Delphox. It says a lot about the flexibility of players when they can move from the speedsters to the range attackers, because that is a completely different style of play in Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I'm excited to see their attacker prowess. We've obviously seen them be really, really scary in that speedster role, and Snow is going to keep with their speedster arc during the set by playing that damage carry Darkrai. So a little scary, I feel like, to be playing double attacker into a speedster, but Darkrai is a bit of an odd speedster in a lot of ways. It is not... It's a special attacker. It just is much more cooldown heavy than, I mean, all the speedsters are. It's just a weird guy. So I'm interested to see in how this like double attacker core does into it. They do have quite the brawly frontline in a double tank and that Suicune all-arounder who has quite a bit of HP of its own.
This is the biggest game of the European Cup yet. Let's see who can take it as we kick it off. Will Switzerland lose the chance to fight for their championship again? Or will Sweden climb the heights after being the last team last year?
Wow, I mean, I am so excited for each team either way, but I'm already devastated for the other one. But they should each be proud of themselves. This has been an incredible set. Both of these teams have big things ahead of them in this upcoming UCS season. I cannot wait for what this Game 3 has.
Great bottom lane here for Sweden, as well as Zante and Chari King, and that's one of the strongest you can have down here. 2 brilliant secures, so much damage. Top lane is going to see the Buzzwole Glossifer combo here for Switzerland, which is also extremely strong.
Yeah, so tanky up here for Sweden in that Squirtle and all-arounder Suicune. It is so funny to me that Suicune's an all-arounder, but he's the light bulb, and Squirtle is the tank, but I'm finding the humor. Snow up here with a really early gank, making this top path a little more brutal for that combo. Delphox has arrived with that blue buff, but man, it is just not much of a power spike compared to a level 5 Darkrai as we see that KO opener go to Snow.
Yeah, I mean, to be brutally honest, Delphox is pointless until you hit level 7. So, you know...
You're right! I didn't want to say it!
It's the facts. As we see Zika go back into the central area, and they do manage to hit level 6 now, so they've managed to at least get that first move online. If they can get those power spikes early enough, Sweden will have the advantage with that flame charge, but they just have to protect their line so far. They're not losing the early game too heavily, as Switzerland do get some strong power spikes.
Yeah, no, I feel like Sweden's doing a good job protecting that Delphox, like, in this early game when it needs it the most, Suicune being its buddy, while Wartortle able to hold its own in this top path, making its way toward this Regidrago, which is already 4th HP, going the way of Sweden. It doesn't seem like Switzerland was too interested in making a move for it. They'd rather get these dunks off in the lanes.
Yeah, it's so interesting because, like, the way that this new map is, scoring is so important. Having a lead coming into Groudon is so much more important than it was with Rayquaza, as we see a dive here by Snow, trying to hold up free of Sweden. Looks to get Zika, but ends up hitting the Bunnelberry instead. They are 1 HP at the moment, as Dragon Ball was looking for them, but they're going to get away, Bridget.
I cannot believe they were hitting that farm with that level of HP. I was like, are we sure about this? If the Bunnelby KOs you, like, I don't know what to say here, man. But they are able to escape. Really good stuff. While this Buzzwole, Volto on that Buzzwole, wreaking havoc in this top path for Switzerland. It kind of seems like we've traded lanes a little bit, where Switzerland is really dominant. We have yet another Registeel. This is like the 15th one today. I don't know what's happening. I'm still freaked out by it, but it's fine. Another Registeel for the books.
Bro,
goes to Switzerland.
The teams have been doing the rain dance or something today, because how we've ended up with this many Registeels is absolutely ridiculous. As Sweden look to rip this for the Regieleki, the beam comes through and it is going to be taken by Zika. Again, 1 HP in a dream as they look to go back to the home pad.
He is stressing me out. He loves being 1 HP on the Delphox. Chari, following in his footsteps, does get KO'd by Snow on that Darkrai. Regieleki is pushing towards Switzerland's goal zone, but Sweden not too interested in pushing it any further than that. Snow just fully on the enemy team's goal zone. Miraidon Unite moving, getting the KO. This double attacker core is proving to be brutal for Switzerland to deal with, as they are shredding the enemy team and looking to score on this tier 1.
Bro, I'm just giggling because every time I look at Zika, he has the smallest HP bar I've ever seen. Look at it.
Criminal activity. Like, what are you, like, stop tanking. Back up, bro, back up.
Man just took a beam to the face and still wanted to go KO the Crustle. It's ridiculous. As they do break that with an even break, but Sweden do now give themselves a point lead. But the biggest thing is level 11 now on that Delphox means Fanciful Fireworks will be up for nearly every team fight they need it for.
Yeah, it is definitely a huge threat, but this Buzzwole has been getting bigger and bigger in this top path area. It's going to be quite threatening once he decides to show his face to these attackers. You can see the Miraidon ejecting out, does not want to get even remotely close to Volto, who is absolutely enormous. Suicune trying to defend for Sweden as the second set of Regis is spawning in. We have seen the Regirock. He still exists. I feel comforted every time I see him at this point, honestly.
I still think it's bizarre. We've had like 20 like buffs here, and 13 of them so far has been Registeel. Even that is a ridiculous stat as Sweden look to find this fight here. Switzerland using what they can to hold strong so far. Not able to find Zika just yet as the flame charges are going to come on through. There's the Rubble Rouser getting an engage on the flank here. That is a Verdant Anger paired with the Endless Ice Spikes. They're going to disrupt each other with the Swole Slam coming through, but a Power Nap will do enough, and they find the KO onto Buzzwole. Out of all of that, Bridget, only 2 Pokemon fall.
Okay, and Zika almost made it out again. He was 1 HP running away, but the Eldegoss, I think, finally had enough and was like, I cannot let you escape, like, no longer. I was losing my mind if he had gotten away yet again, but shout out the Eldegoss, who did not allow that to happen. The Switzerland's also able to get a KO on that Snorlax. They still have 4 of their members up in this path, whereas there's only 2 on the side of Sweden. I don't know if they're going to be able to hold this for much longer, as Suicune gets KO'd by Snow. Zika has returned, has their Unite move. He's going to be able to defend this quite well, yes, with that Fireworks, and they are put to sleep. They're being tossed and thrown around. Snow putting in so much work on this Darkrai. To no surprise, he's been having a phenomenal day.
The combo of Volto and Snow here is just ridiculous for Sweden to hold up against. And then you pair that with really giving the healing and assistance on the Eldegoss. Finally, they break that pad. I mean, Sweden held pretty strong, though, as we're 40 seconds away from the Groudon taking to the field. I mean, look at the points here. It's so close between these two, as Zika's not bothered. They're going to try and push up against Crustle here, but the Lecky is taken by Switzerland.
Yeah, and going into this Groudon, these levels are looking a little stressful. Not many 13s on this map other than Snow on the Darkrai, who has hit 14. Balto earning their 13 just there with the KO on the Suicune. Switzerland putting in a lot of pressure pressure on this tier 1 right before we have this Groudon spawn, and they're going to be able to get some big dunks in. They could even kind of stall us out and wait for that double point zone. It's looking like Buzzwole is going to be doing just that.
That is tough. A 98 score goes in. Now 300 points on the board for Switzerland. The ball is in the court of Sweden here. They're the ones that have to make the move. What will they go for as we're getting the charge beam prepared to rain down? There goes the Thunder. If they can find one pick here, it will be advantage them. But the difficulty is they've got good range damage on the side of Switzerland. No way to answer to it just yet because Flame Charge is great, Bridget, but it's not great range.
Yeah, Sweden trying to take their time, but they're getting a lot of poke damage from that Venusaur. Blastoise trying to put a lot of pressure on the Darkrai in that top path. Sweden just really not able to get into this Groudon pit as much as Switzerland is. They're trying to get this Crustle out of the picture, but it Unite moves, gets a huge shield, able to escape, Snorlax matching it with one of their own, and there's just not a lot of time left here for Sweden. They need to make something happen fast.
Yeah, there's only so much patience that you can spend here when you're so far behind. And we do see a good push from Chari King here. Looks like they may have found the Crustle. Bright Future Meteor Storm's going to come down, and they do. Endless Ice Spike connects as well as they're puffed to freeze on the side of Volto. Fanciful Fireworks on the Groudon pit here, going for the rip. But there's the Ultra Swole Slam. Manages to find Suicune, and Miraidon can't escape the arms of Buzzwole. Chari King trying to do what they can to hold strong against the wall. Zika against the world here. And Switzerland bring the damage in. Zika tries to take the Groudon, but a big beam and good pressure from Eldegoss means Switzerland hold strong for their championship hopes alive, Bridget.
What a comeback for Switzerland. I mean, I just feel like Sweden really felt the disadvantage of not having a healer in that Groudon fight. They had so many members of their team still up, but they were on such a sliver of HP, and once Buzzwole got a sniff of them, he was in there like crazy. It was just really great stuff, on that Eldegoss, also putting in so much work in that pit. I mean, amazing comeback from Switzerland, but not to knock Sweden at all. I mean, they should be extremely proud of themselves. This was such a fun set.
It really was. And I mean, Switzerland are the reigning champions, so to push them as far as they did, because Sweden were never ever out of this set. It was always going to come down to that final fight. I do think that they probably should have entertained the idea of taking a speedster themselves in this one. I think the combo of Volto and Snow up in that front line with Skull just doing what Skull wants to do on that Venusaur was a little bit too much for Sweden in this, and I think that's probably why they didn't do as much as they were hoping.
I know, there were some times where this double attack, double range felt really, really brutal for Switzerland to deal with, but it was just kind of in that end game engage where it really kind of was, the holes were kind of found out by Switzerland. I mean, it is just too hard to sustain all of these beams coming in at you, especially when that Veno gets that cooldown reduction at level 13. I mean, it just feels constant. It is a lot to deal with, but I liked that Sweden was able to at least try to do this double attacker comp. It's just really difficult to pull off in such a brawly meta.
It is. I gotta say, Sweden, you deserve a huge pat on the back. To go from 13th place last year to not only taking a game from some of the biggest teams here to really push in the reigning champions to the final few moments in a game 3 is an impressive showing to have, and it just means every single year this team is in the UEC, they will always be a team to watch.
Absolutely, yeah. They have by far proven themselves. I'm so excited for these players to continue on in their Unite journeys. I'm really, really stoked. This has been such a fun day of Unite gaming for us at UEC. It's been, honestly, I'm like super gassed for Europe's league now for this upcoming year. I'm hoping to see a lot of these players we got to watch today in it. So congrats to Switzerland once again for advancing onward, and really big shout out to Sweden as well, who gave us an amazing set.
So, what this means for our semi-finalist here in the UEC 2025 chat, it is France taking on the absolutely dominant team of Spain. That is just going to be incredible. But the biggest line for me, as I know some of you have said in chat, Germany versus Switzerland. Switzerland has the opportunity here, Bridget, to eliminate Germany for the 4th year in a row.
Oh my god. That's a crazy stat line.
I mean, for Germany, you've got to be like, oh, come on, we have to take this win.
Yeah, that is going to be so much fun next week. I mean, Germany, you gotta I'm rooting for you guys low-key, but I'm definitely a fan of this Swiss team. I mean, it is just going to be really, really exciting as we get into the semifinals next week.
Cannot wait. I hope you've all enjoyed the action here today, chat. Of course, we will be back for more next week. I won't be. I'm heading to Florida for a lovely holiday.
Ooh,
but,
stateside.
Oh, yeah. But there'll be some crazy casters here as well as the rest of production. A huge shout out to them. Being here today, of course, Bina, Shivam, and Yamin, our incredible observers. I gotta give a huge special shout out to the incredible Bridget for being here on the mic with me all the way from NA. You're amazing.
It was such a blast. I don't know if I've ever gotten to cast with you before, Tano, so the honor was all mine. Seriously, you're incredible, and I had a lot of fun today. Thank you guys for letting me be European today. I appreciate it.
Always. Huge thank you. And of course, we can't, production, Shivam, working the magic in the backgrounds, giving us those really interesting facts, chat. Cannot wait to see what the result of the whole Registeel drama was, because that was just ridiculous.
So stressful.
So stressful. But we're going to head off. You have yourself a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, chat, and we will catch you on the next one. Mwah. Bye.
Bye.
Snorlax in the way, but Boswell shows up. They're not going to want to miss this fight. There's the Ultra Swole Slam, doesn't connect, but they're just going to use the Snorlax to find the KO anyway. That's a triple. They're looking for the Quadra here, and Snorlax puts in an absolute shift. A little bit of space as the rip comes through on the Registeel. Darkrai, though, trying to see if they can break in. Huge block is going to come on out, and despite the Fluffy Cream Supreme being there, Eldegoss is the one that finds the objective, and now they just hunt down the rest of Portugal with the pressure. Verdant.
Like he's so low on HP, Miraidon trying to get that Darkrai off the map, but it's going to be the Venusaur flank picking up 2 KOs for France, and they already have the Alecki in the goal zone.
Get out of that choke point, because it will catch you out as the walls come through. Fluffy Cream Supreme has to be used because of that, and there's the Verdant Anger with a huge beam connected as well. Blaziken is gone. Bright Future Meteor Storm raining on down, trying to find a pick, doesn't find it. Aura is going to come through, but they do find Lucario, and France are taking Portugal.
The Crystal Wall comboed with that.
Find a KO, that will make all the difference as here comes Dodrio looking for the assist here as well as their Aura is going to find some damage. They're getting so weak though right now, Bridget. Who can find it? It's going to be Buzzwole, but Dodrio's 1 HP in a dream.
On their streak of securing up these objectives, with France already ripping it as best they can. Classic Cinderace. Hey, if I have a Cinderace on my team, that's exactly what I want to see him doing.
Oh, we knew it was going to happen at some point. There's the Plasma Gale coming in as well.
I love seeing that optimal goal zone scoring from the team. Zero Aura, I thought he was dead in the water. Eventually is. Was able to secure the Registeel that spawned in this top path, trying to make good use of it with that Buzzwole Unite move. He's able to stay alive for now, but not for long. Cinderace Unite move. Mew breaks out. There's more points on the board. The Greed knows no bounds with the Verdant Anger. Venusaur trying to shut this down.
Here comes the Muted Auto. Does a huge amount of damage onto Dark as well. Dodrio is so weak right now as Blastoise manages to...
Of France. 4 members from France securing it up with that Mew getting the final KO. They want the Registeel this time around, and it is a fight for the tier 1s of top half right now.
just never ending as Oligos falls yet again. That's a Hydra Typhoon to allow the points to go in. Triple Trample comes through. They do.
Position kind of gives Personal a chance to dive in here, and it seems like poking in the
to escape, and Buzzwole trying to pull up the damage onto the Blastoise here, but it's all going to let loose as we come through with the Mystical Mirage as well. There's the Flaming Bicycle Kick. It's a double through, baby, a triple for Mew.
You doing Venusaur's job just a bit better, rotating between all of those beams and all of the different moves. Well, it looks like a Dezu on the Delphox is going to be clearing up their jungle while Zera cleans up this Buzzwole. Leafeon to the rescue, though.
In this one.
I can't believe Simo Zera just not allowing it to happen as it gets another KO on this Darkrai. I mean, Zeraora has been doing absolutely demonic work. That shield, letting it live on 1 HP.
You are on the back foot, and you do not want to be on the back foot when you come into Groudon. Look at that.
Narami has been able to be such a menace and a nuisance on this Darkrai. It just feels like Spain always has more players allocated to pushes. Huge Unite moves coming out on the side of Spain. They want to take down this Tier 1 Golden as well, KOing the Leafeon, but Buzzwole able to get a KO on that Zeraora and kind of stop this push from
you against the block on the Snorlax, though, as Blastoise looking to go in with a Hydra Typhoon. They do find your RA, but the big cannons are going to be let loose as they do.
I don't know. I'm kind of scared. Is the game bugged? What's happening? I guess it's not the worst bug we've ever had. Speaking of bugs, the bug of Buzzwole got that Reggie steal, and oh my goodness, is their team putting it to good use. 3 KOs down.
Comes in as Narami looks like they're going to get caught out here, manages to get away with the big disguise, but that is a...
Just to get that big shield and stay alive, they do have such... Oh, he's 1v5ing!
Oh my god, they've just gone into that choke point and been absolutely trampled on, but Spain have found a way to come out of it, Bridget.
It was beautiful. Narami flanking on the Zeraora, but he maintains control of this fight right now, but Italy is trying to find a pick. It's just so hard with all of this protection, but it does look like the Delphox finally falls.
With the Mystical Fire, trying to find Brutal. Luckily, though, Narami gets that healing through. Here comes the Emerald two-step, deletes 2 from the side of Italy, and
all this out, but he's Unite moving again on the Leafeon.
Leafeon constantly needs nerfs, and you know what? I'm beginning to believe him because
I
that
agree.
is ridiculous. There's the Fairy Frolic as well, as Adesu lands onto 4 of the side of Italy, gets a lot of healing off the back of that, and that is going to clean up the rest of this front line as they find the double
zone. But Adesu goes down with that big snipe shot out of Klaus. He's Unite moving on this Inteleon. Blissey Unite move comes out as well on their carry, Leafeon, who is just hungry.
Leafeon really looking to hit level 14 very soon, but the push onto them, that's an Ebon Fist in their face. Wicked Blow's gonna find it. That's a level 13 Leafeon taken down as their Spy Vision comes out here from Inteleon and Italy.
Power falls off a little bit. Blastoise utilizing their Unite move for the side of Spain, but it is gonna be Italy securing that Reggie Alecki also, but it does not seem like they will be able to win out this fight. Trying to catch out anyone he can. It does feel like Italy has Spain on the back foot, but not for long as this fight has just started to break out.
That's going to be the Groudon fight early here as they do. Approach comes in from Bertolo. There's the Hydra Typhoon. The Endless Ice Spikes is going to be used by Jirari as well. And they take down the Inteleon. Now they've got to find the secure on the side of these all-rounders as Brutal dives into this pit looking for the fight on the side of Groudon. Kree is going to catch out too with the X-Scissor. But the cleanup is here as Jose comes in. And they find Brutal. They take 2-0 record. It's Crossle against the world. And they make
5. It's so desperately needed as oh my god, Ghatlue and Leon just kind of 2v4. Reggie Alecki is barreling towards Greece's tier 2, and I mean they are doing everything they can to stop this from happening, but Inteleon gets the KO on the Serena and Polion falls as well. There's not much defending they can do at this point when balls start making something happen. Venusaur doing everything they can, but it's going to be Aaron who gets the KO on them with their Unite move. Serena making sure they Unite, move it right back, but Ghatlue is there for when they land area and was picked up by Germany.
Oh, Ghatlue managing to find a good hit there as well, as Hooper is going to fall right now. Germany, they will not be broken as they find Empoleon. Venusaur is sent back to Nurse Joy. Aaron refuses to be hit in this back line as they find the snipe shots. Arnie as Hooper comes back in, and Germany are going to take the
those engages. They didn't even lose anyone in that fight. Really great positioning from these Germany team members as they, you know, over these Swablues. All members of Greece are up in this top path, but Toast gets the KO on that Miraidon, who's getting
that right now as Germany continue with this pressure. Aura Cannon is going to come through from Toast. And the thing is, you can't just think about Ghatlue because the rest of the team are cleaning.
Owing that Espeon, who's already level 10, that's huge XP, but Lucario strikes right back with the KO
on the farm, on the field, but the rings are going to be let loose here. Roll call comes through as we do see the Aura Cannon landing as well. Germany do push up all the way to the side of Greece. They do manage to find Toast, but they can't find any more just yet. Bright Future Meteor Storm is used.
I mean, Toto on this Sylveon is putting in so much work, trying to make something happen with this Mystical Fire. I feel like he gets them on just a sliver before they're able to escape. Ghatlue on this Zoroark is in pretty deep, gets a double KO streak. Snorlax tries to knock up that portal, actually gets the KO on Ghatlue with their big Unite move. Toast getting low on
a Registeel here as well, Bridget, as it looks like it's it was going to be taken by Greece, but they're going to steal it on the side of Toast.
Off the board, but there is that Hoopa Unite move bringing in the rest of the team.
Ooh, the Bright Future Meteor Storm was so huge, though. It landed on the Groudon, but it was just now. Not having Ghatlue here is going to be huge as Germany continue to put up the fight. The rings are let loose. Aura Cannon's going to come on through, and they're finding the KOs here. It's going to be Greece falling one by one. Crystal dives in. Dodo is still on their feet as the Bright Future Meteor Storm doesn't do enough, and Germany holds strong to take a looking to see if they can sneak it away. There goes the Ho-Ho, causing that disruption, but it's Zika from the flank looking to find it. Snorlax is going to heavy slam on top, finds the
getting a big 30 dunk in. They have quite the level lead, but man, this Scyther just can't stop
trying to see if they can find a pick on the Ho-Ho. There's a power nap coming out from Snorlax. It's going to cause a little bit of disruption, but Switzerland holds strong. They managed to get away. Sweden trying to see if they can hunt them down here, going on to that team by Sweden. Volto trying to hold strong. There's a Rekindling Flame, bringing back the Raichu. Sovereign Sword prepared to let loose. Thunderstorm Aerial finally does go down. Mystical Mirage is going to keep Sweden in the fight, though. Zante protects with all that damage. Some good zoning through. Beam is going to connect. Regice is going to be taken by the Masquerada, and now they want to see if they can push this T1 pad. There goes the flowers. They don't find much with it, though, as snow falls to Zika. Switzerland maybe throwing a little bit too much on this push here, Bridget.
Yeah, they wanted it so bad. It seemed like the perfect opportunity.
Now Ho-Ho trying to see if they can find some disruption on Zika, but Buzzwole ain't gonna let that happen as Sweden find the big hit. They don't even need to take this crowd on. We've got 50 seconds left. Switzerland realistically have to be looking for some caps here. Thunderstorm Aerial will come through, but it's gonna be a combo of Zika and the Eldegoss that finds the hits. Volto trying to take Zika here. The rings are let loose, and that's enough to pull them away from their attention, but they're
20 seconds left. This Groudon is being ripped.
Zonin comes out with Chari King here, trying to do the same on the side of Snorlax, but that Inteleon is just gonna cut through your HP pool. A Skull spotted here as the damage is gonna rain through. The eject button is there, but that's what a Rubble Rouser have the advantage despite what they just witnessed, as their Spy Vision will come through. Skull does manage to find the secure on the Regice, and Volto gets through with the Livid Outrage, looking for the KOs. Clefable falls. It's all down to Chari King to hold strong here as Zika looks to dive on through. Bliss Assistance will come through as well. Keep Sweden. Switzerland trying to see if they can steal it. There's the Ultra Swole Slam. Going to be able to find Volto. They do take out that Garchomp. Emerald two-step by Snow. Doesn't connect on anything as they do finally find the KO. Going to be used. Gnar looking to use the block to allow this to be taken. Zika gets the boosted off, but the reset was a bit too early and it's going to be taken by Gal the Gunnar. No, in fact, it was taken by Switzerland with the advantage.
I love seeing that big Blissey smack an objective, getting it for Split have just been gunning for each other, but it looks like the Buzzwole from Sweden doesn't get their Unite move off, and Unite moves are going off everywhere from both teams.
There's the Thunderstorm Aerial again. Oh, the snipe shots paired with Chari Kings. Eck into this. Switzerland now. Volto diving on into the pit, trying to see what they can find on the back of this guard jump. But Chari King is going to lock them out. There goes the Emerald two-step. It's going to be taken by Switzerland, Bridget. Switzerland find the KOs.
If the Buttlebee KOs you, like, I don't know what to say here, man, but they are able to...
That's something today, because how we've ended up with this many Registeals is absolutely ridiculous. As Sweden look to rip
for Switzerland to deal with as they are shredding the enemy team and looking to score on this tier 1.
Zika just yet as the flame charges are going to come on through. There's the Rubble Rouser getting an engage on the flank here. That is a Verdant Anger paired with the endless ice spikes. They're going to disrupt each other with the Swole Slam coming through, but a Power Nap will do enough. And
there's only 2 on the side of Sweden. I don't know if they're going to be able to hold this for much longer as Sweden gets KO'd by Snow. Zika has returned, has their Unite move. He's going to be able to defend this quite well, yes, with that Fireworks, and they are what Switzerland is. They're trying to get this Crystal out of the picture. The Unite moves gets a huge shield, able to escape.
And here when you're so far behind, and we do see a good push from Chari King here. Looks like they may have found the Crystal. Bright Future Meteor Storm's going to come down, and they do. Endless Ice Spike connects as well as they're put to freeze on the side of Volto. Fanciful Fireworks on the ground on pit here, going for the rip, but there's the Ultra Swole Slam. Manages to find Suicune, and Miraidon can't escape the arms of Buzzwole. Chari King trying to do what they can to hold strong against the wall. Zika against the world here as Switzerland bring the damage in. Zika tries to take the ground on, but a big